The joint meeting of the Oceanside City Council, Community Development Commission, Small Craft Harbor District Board, and Oceanside Public Financing Authority is hereby called to order on September 16, 2015. Due to an advance notice of the cancellation of closed session, there is no quorum present. Therefore, this meeting is recessed until 5 p.m.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Roll call.
Mayor Wood?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Lowry? Councilmember Fellow? Here. Councilmember Kern?
Here.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Here.
Thank you. This is the first part of the council meeting at 5 to 6, and we have a second half. We'll start at 6 o'clock. Could we go forward with the consent calendar?
Yes, consent calendars items 2 through 13.
Move approval.
13. Second. Any public?
No public on those
Thank you.
items.
Go ahead. Vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much. When you have the time, item 14, please.
Yes, item number 14 is approval of a professional services agreement with Tetra Tech Incorporated of Oceanside in an amount not to exceed $1,373,000 for design services of the La Salina Sewer Lift Station and Treatment Plant Decommissioning Project, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreement.
Jason, you've got the next three items, so I guess we'll have you for a while. Go ahead. Number 14.
Yes, you will. Honorable Mayor and council members, see if I can get this thing to work here. Oh, laptop. There we go. I figured it out. Once again, Honorable Mayor and council members, what we have here is our La Salina Sewer Lift Station Treatment Plant Decommissioning and Design Project. This is an aerial of the existing La Salina facility as it exists today. The facility is located adjacent to the Loma Alta Slough and the city's Buccaneer Beach and Buccaneer Park. If you remember, on November the 12th, 2014, staff brought forward three options to be considered by council for the future of the La Salina plant. In general, those options consisted of option number one is to perform the existing need or the upgrades as outlined in the needs assessment. Option number two was to replace the treatment plant with a MBR or a membrane bioreactor plant. And then option three was to replace the plant with a pump station and then send all of the wastewater flows back to San Luis Rey and decommission the existing facility. At the end of the meeting, the council agreed to move forward with option number three, which is the construction of a pump station and decommissioning of the existing facility. With that, the proposed site plan would look very similar to what you see here, with a new pump station taking up a very minimal amount of property, thus allowing for alternative use on the remaining parcel. On March 3rd, 2015, a request for proposal was sent to all 17 design firms currently listed on the city's design consultant list. On April the 16th, the Water Utilities Department received 3 proposals. Staff performed a comprehensive review of all the proposals, which resulted in the selection of Tetra Tech, who provided the best and most comprehensive proposal. Tetra Tech's proposal fee was $1.3 million, and our adopted budget for the project is $1.5. Sufficient funds are therefore available for approval of this contract. Staff is requesting the council approve a professional services agreement with Tetra Tech and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Jason. Have a seat at sidebar.
No public on this
No
item.
problem. Back to the council. Councilmember Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Move approval.
I'll second. I have one question.
Go ahead, Mr. Kern, you're next.
Don't get comfortable, Jason, you're up next. So, just the timeline, once we approve this tonight, when would we start, and when do you hope to be finished with this project?
So the initial phase is, the first phase would be the pump station construction, and we anticipate that to be complete in about 4 years. And then the second phase would then, after pump station's up and running, we would move on to the decommissioning of the existing facility once it's no longer necessary.
And then on your diagram, you showed the ultraviolet still there. That remains?
Yes, the UV plant is part of the treatment of the Loma Alta. It's a stormwater treatment facility, so that would have to stay.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilmember, Deputy Mayor.
Jason, I've got
The thing on I couldn't.
have a question about the, so this item tonight is for $1.3 million for all the design costs to give us what we need to do to spend how much more money?
Yes, so the 1.3 million is designed for an ultimate construction cost of about $31.8 million.
Oh, and this is money that we already have for these projects?
It is.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Feller, did you had your thing on there? Thank you. Go ahead and vote, please.
Motion approved, 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Item number 15 is approval of plans and specifications for the water and sewer system control and data acquisition major upgrade project, authorization for the city engineer to call for bids, and approval of a budget appropriation in the amount of $2.8 million from the water fixed asset replacement and $2.8 million from the sewer FAR funds for a total of $5.6 million to the SCADA major upgrade projects account to fund the project.
Thank you, Jason.
Honorable Mayor and council members, the SCADA system, which stands for our System or Supervisory Control and Data Acquisition System, SCADA, is a complex system of computers, phone lines, PLCs, which stands for Programmable Logic Controls, which are just small computers, a multitude of sensors, probes, controllers, all part of the controls and really the brains of the system that controls a majority of our water and wastewater processes. The system provides real-time monitoring and control of the plant processes, and all the remote sites, such as pump stations and reservoirs. It allows for staff to review historical data, trends within the system, and provides a tool for troubleshooting issues when they arise. There is also a component of the system that will alarm our operators of potential issues when they are not at their desk and are out in the field performing inspections and doing plant maintenance. The SCADA system provides all necessary data for our regulatory reporting to the State Board and the Department of Drinking Water. And then finally, the system also allows for remote access for operational monitoring and control for supervisors who are not at the site during operating hours. A little history lesson on where we are and where we've been with respect to the SCADA system. Our first SCADA system was installed in the early 80s. Then in the mid-90s, our computers were upgraded. And in 1997, the Mission Basin Desalting Facility, or better known as the RO plant, got a new HMI, which stands for Human-Machine Interface. That's the way that we manipulate through screen interactions with the computers. And then also had upgrades done to digital phone lines. In 1998 and 99, radios were first put in place in lieu of these phone lines, and not all locations, just some. Between the years 2002 and 2003, the system was again upgraded to a Windows-based operating system. In 2004, the RO plant received another upgrade of the HMI, and finally in 2010, the department transitioned to the use of virtual machines. On February 19th of 2014, Council approved a professional services agreement with Carollo Engineers for the preparation of plans and specifications for the SCADA Major Upgrades project. Work on the project began shortly after the notice to proceed was issued. Plans and specifications are complete, and the project is ready to proceed. This is a photo of our existing SCADA system located at our Weiss water treatment plant. It is a representation of the time frame of which it was installed, which is the early 80s. Not all of what you see here is currently in use, but hard to believe, some of it is still currently used every day. These here are photos of some of the existing systems that are out in the field in remote locations and also at our treatment plants that need to be upgraded and replaced. Shown here are existing PLCs from the 80s and 90s, a laptop, and an old telephone line control box from 1990. The system will be upgraded with new modern hardware and software and communication devices such as radios and fiber networks. The future of the system consists of the use of interactive screens, mobile devices that will show proper, accurate information and the necessary data to manage and efficiently operate the water and wastewater systems from anywhere in the city. The project will generally consist of installation of new communication networks for all remote sites, new HMI interfaces, reporting and alarming software, a complete overhaul and standardization of our system functionality and code, and finally, the addition of equipment and instrumentation for the future advanced automation at our water treatment facilities, which will improve our efficiency and our overall operational enhancements. The engineer's estimate for the entire project is $9.7 million. The approved budget, originally $4.19 million. As part of this action, we are requesting an appropriation of additional $5.6 million from our respective capital improvement fund balances. The original plan was to construct the project in multiple phases. After having gone through a little over a year of design, it has become evident, and it would be in the department's best interest to combine all the projects into one large project rather than several small. And that is the reason for the additional request of funds. They would have been requested in later years in budgets, and we're just bringing them forward so we can have one large project. With that being said, staff is recommending that the council approve the plans and specifications, authorize the city engineer to call for bids, and approve the budget appropriations. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Jason. Seat, sidebar. Public?
No public.
Back at council. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, a question to staff. Leaving $10 million from the $25 million that's available in the fixed asset replacement fund, is that considered responsible?
I believe it is considered responsible. It's actually, it's going to be split between the two, the water and wastewater funds, so the additional appropriation is only $2.8 million from each one respectively.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move approval.
I'll second. Am I up next? Yeah, okay. Just one quick question. We just approved a humongous change to La Salina plant. We are not going to invest any of this money into the La Salina plant since we are going to decommission it. But, and I assume that we're not, but my question is, how are we going to do, is that just going to limp along until we decommission it, or how, are we going to do some other upgrades, or how's that work?
Yeah, so we anticipate this project take a couple years to complete the SCADA project. So with the decommissioning or the new pump station coming online in 4 years, we'll have a 2-year period in there where we'll have to continue to operate with our current system at that facility, and it will be, we can continue to run in that manner until such time as the pump station comes on. And as part of the pump station project, it'll include the necessary SCADA equipment for that project.
But we're not authorizing that now. Is that something that's going to be in the appropriation for the building of the new facility?
That'll be included in the new facility in probably a year and a half from now after it's designed.
Okay.
And we did get, since we're not doing the La Salina facility, we did get a credit from our design consultant for not designing that part of the SCADA system. So we got a credit for that.
All right, thank you.
Motion approved, 5-0. Item number 16 is authorization to award a contract in an amount not to exceed $3,809,684,000 to EC Constructors Incorporated of Lakeside for the Mission Basin Groundwater Purification Facility Operations Building Project located at 215 Fireside Drive. Approval of professional service agreement in an amount not to exceed $240,920 with Tetra Tech Incorporated of Oceanside for inspection and construction management services during construction, and authorization for the city manager to execute the agreements upon receipt of all supporting documents.
Honorable Mayor and council members, the Mission Basin project is long overdue. The Mission Basin is our groundwater purification facility. It's located on a 4-acre parcel at 215 Fireside Drive. The plant was originally constructed in 1992 and has been expanded in 2000, 2003, 2008, 2011, and 2013. The facility has a rated capacity of 6.4 million gallons per day. It utilizes reverse osmosis to treat groundwater to a level acceptable for human consumption. This water source equates to approximately 14% of our total water needs for the city. And additionally, this source of water is the most economical source that we have for the city of Oceanside. This is an overall site plan of the facility, which includes the proposed operations building. The existing building is located next to the RO, while the proposed building is located on a piece of the parcel that is not currently utilized. This is a nice photo of our existing facility, our existing operations and laboratory and admin building out at the RO plant. The existing building was installed in 1992. It is constructed of several modular trailers put together. The building was intended to be a temporary structure, and it has served our needs for over 20 years. The building does not meet our current needs. We will be able to, it will not be able to handle the future expansion of the facility, and additionally, it sits right exactly in the location where our additional treatment will be located. This project consists of a new operations building that will be capable of housing up to 16 individuals and will house the SCADA control center for our water operations side. It also is anticipated that the construction for this facility will take approximately 18 months. One thing that I think we should be really proud of is this building will be one of the first buildings in the city of Oceanside to be LEED certified. The building is currently registered as a new construction gold building. We have included a special energy efficient HVAC system, a bioretention basin. We've incorporated recycled building material into the construction, and we've also included all use of low flow fixtures, toilets, urinals, and showers. All of these items equate and add up to a point system which make us available to be LEED certified at the gold level. There are 4 different levels of certification. They begin with simply certified, they move up to silver, then to gold, and finally platinum. So I'm very pleased that we are almost to the top at a gold level, which is second to the highest level. On April 1st, 2015, City Council approved the plans and specification and authorized the city engineer to call for bids. On July 16th, 4 bids were received and reviewed. The lowest responsive bid was that provided by EC Constructors, Inc. in the amount of $3,809,684. This project will also require the assistance of a construction management inspection firm. Proposals were sent to 15 consulting firms. 5 proposals were received and evaluated. Tetra Tech provided the best proposal for this project and a not-to-exceed cost of $240,920. The construction cost for the project is $3.8 million. The CM and inspection cost is $240,000. That brings the total project cost to $4.05 million. The adopted budget for the project is $4.2 million, and therefore sufficient funds are available to complete the project. Staff is requesting the City Council award the construction project to EC Constructors, approve a professional service agreement with Tetra Tech, and authorize the city manager to execute the agreements. That concludes my presentation.
No public.
Thank you. I want to move staff's recommendation that we award the contract. Just a couple of questions. The SCADA system, it seems like we're running a lot of things in parallel to make sure that I don't want to build a building. Okay, now let's go back and do the SCADA system. Now that we've approved it, hopefully we coordinate all this for the most reasonable amount of cost. And because, Jason, it sounds like you're going to be very busy. You have a lot of balls in the air right now, and hopefully we can keep everything moving in the same direction at the same time.
Well, it's great that you pointed that out. I've got an excellent staff that assists me in getting these projects done and coordinating everything. We've coordinated with our IT group to make sure that we have sufficient area within the new building to accommodate the IT needs and then also our SCADA needs. So we have correlated with all the necessary groups within the city. So it will move well forward and without any anticipated issues or problems.
Okay, and then I don't know, is the temporary building going to last another 18 months? The last time I was in that building, the floors were pretty squishy. You know, the idea that, and then what happens that once you get built, are you going to come back and ask for money for demo of that, or that's not in this bid?
The demo of the building is not part of this contract. We will work, once we vacate the building, if you will, we'll work with our solid waste and recycling group in order to find the best means to dispose of the building. So hopefully we can do it at a very reasonable cost.
Well, I see that the fire chief was here earlier. Maybe they can use that for practice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in terms of our future process of the desal treatment that we're planning on, what else would we have to do to accommodate that process? Will this basically take care of most of that, or what?
This is definitely a large portion of that. As part of the desal and where we're at with the project is the report that we'll hopefully will receive here shortly will tell us the type of ultimate treatment that will be necessary. You know, what type of RO vessels are going to be best suited for our type of water. And then as part of that project, there will be a treatment mechanism to it that will need to be installed and constructed right next. It's planned to be put in adjacent to the current RO train that's there. So right where these buildings or the temporary offices are sitting. So this is the first step in getting prepared for that future desal plant.
And when do you anticipate that phase 2 will actually be coming before us?
We had originally anticipated between 5 and 10 years. That would be the next, really when we saw a lot of traction with the desal. So it's a little ways out, but that'll be right around the corner before you know it.
Okay, thank you.
Jason, I watched your presentation and read the notes. The facility that's there is going to be 25 years old by the time anything happens here. How many people are currently working there?
We have, the staff there changes between day and night. So the nighttime staff, it's staffed with one person. The daytime staff, we could have up to 3 people there, depending on where we're at within the day shift, and then depending on what type of maintenance, we have our maintenance group will come in and perform maintenance on a daily basis. So we could have up to 4 or 5 folks there at any given time. As part of, and the reason why the building is a little bit larger and can house up to 16 people is we're going to transition our distribution staff over to this building, so that way we can get them out of the current building that they're in, so this will be a permanent location for them.
So currently, I noticed that you have showers there. Is that for people who are out in the field who come in a mess and need to clean up, or?
That is correct, yeah. So they'll have a place to come in and clean up after they've been out repairing broken water lines and whatnot.
And what's the size of the new facility going to be?
It's, I believe, 5,200 square feet.
No. Okay. 5,200. Currently, it's about 3,000 or something like that. Those 3
I believe that's correct.
temporaries.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And we have a second. And Ms. Sanchez, second.
Okay. Thank
Yes.
you.
Motion approved, 5-0. Yes. Item number 30 is a quarterly budget update.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, I'm here tonight to present the financial status report and ask for approval of transfers for the 4th quarter ending June 30th, 2015. Tonight, I do submit the 4th quarter financial status report as an information-only item. Staff also recommends approval of the budget transfers. This is a summary of the general fund activity for the 4th quarter ending June 30th, 2015. This is preliminary information, as our audit will not be complete until and presented to council until mid-December. So they are subject to change. Currently, the actuals for revenues came in at 136.9 compared to amended or current budget of 132 or 131.9, and the expenditures were amended budget of 136.3, and we actually came in at only 129.3. So that resulted in an overage of $7.6 million for the year in the general fund. So where do we go from here, and how are these funds allocated? As I stated, the current preliminary one-time funds available are $7.6 million. We do have to subtract $3.1 million, which is required to fund our liability for workers' comp and risk insurance increase. Then also, we have to deduct where prior allocation of funding for the pool that council has assigned of $1.2 million, sand replenishment of $600,000, which leaves $2.7 million to be distributed amongst one-time infrastructure reserves. As council has stated previously, some of the priorities, again, are the aquatic center, sand replenishment. We also have beach restrooms, El Corazon Kitchen, or any other city priorities deemed by council. That concludes my presentation.
Any public on this? Thank you. As for a report only, any questions from the guests? Okay, thank you. No further questions then. Ladies and gentlemen, what? No.
Yeah, I think it's for information. It was agendized for information only and to provide notice of budget transfers that are within the city manager's authority.
And when, may I go?
Sure, right ahead.
Okay. When will the opportunity come forward for us to look at some of the expenditures? I mean, I was gone last week, but, you know, we had some discussions about the general plan update. You know, there's probably several things that we could look at that we could consider. So that's kind of my question.
Honorable Mayor, council members, we'll be doing that probably after the forecast for next year comes out. So it's a little early to be talking about that, but we're aware of the interest in updating the plan.
Okay.
And we'd be happy to sit with you too if you would like a detailed briefing.
Well, I think we've shown that, you know, we saved some money and we also made more money than we thought we would last year. So the combination has got some considerable good light shined on it, and I think we can make some pretty good decisions how to use the money, and that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. I guess I'll go ahead and take the council reports at this time. Thank you.
Mayor Wood,
I'll pass right now.
Deputy Mayor Lowry.
Well, aside from the surviving the heat, we had a lot of events going on in the city of Oceanside in the past 14 days. One was there was another Coffee with a Cop. That was at the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. I think I saw Councilmember Feller there. Anybody else go to that? No. And that was a really nice turnout. They had, the room was packed. Actually, a lot of good questions were coming up with the police. And they have another one scheduled, I think, for next month, but I'm not sure the location yet. Anyway, I also attended the Boys and Girls Club installation breakfast, which was where they acknowledged their new board and gave us an update on what they have going on in their programs, which was really worthwhile. They had one of the teen participants who's now high school attendee who's moving forward with their support. She's really grateful to what the Boys and Girls Club had helped her with during her time she was there. I also attended the reopening of the Vista Community Clinic facility at Libby Lake. They have a new medical and dental center in that neighborhood now that will serve a lot of people. It was very nicely done. It's way better than any of the places I go to. And that was a really nice asset to that community. I also attended, along with some of the other council members, the unveiling of a plaque to commemorate the former Oceanside Police Department headquarters at the Veterans Association of North County facility up on Mission Avenue. That was pretty nice. A lot of people who had been police officers there at one time or were employees of the police department were there to acknowledge that it was an important place for them. And I also gave a report to the Chamber of Commerce Emerging Issues Committee on the Interstate 5 Highway 78 interchange, and that was I did about 5 or 6 images of flyover ramps and other things that are proposed. There are currently 18 proposals for what to do with that intersection. And that's all I did. Thank you.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. Have just come back from a drive to Northern California, and I drove 12 miles in 3 hours yesterday on Highway 99. Big wreck. Boy, when it's a wreck there, it's a mess. So be thankful we have a little better system down here. I have a couple of things to mention. Barefoot in the Park at the Brooks Theater is Friday night. It supports Brother Benno's Auxiliary, Oceanside Civitan, San Luis Rey Rotary. And for tickets, they're $30. Call Vicki in her office, 760-435-3043. Mariachi de Chula Vista American GI Forum is Saturday night. MLK Middle School, I'm sure they can fit you right in with tickets. They're usually about $25. Harbor Days is coming on the 27th. I think we'll probably hear about that here shortly. And the last thing is my mother-in-law, although she might not know that I'm wishing her happy birthday today. Her birthday is the 22nd, and she'll be 98, and she's struggling, but she stays healthy, and we're proud to have her in our home, and I know my wife's an angel for all she does for her. So thank you for the time.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. The only thing that I probably did of note was yesterday I made a presentation to the County Board of Supervisors about moving the nuclear fuel out of San Onofre. I know there was some talk on PBS today about that, and I was part of a presentation with the Chief Nuclear Officer of Southern California Edison and Dr. David Victor, who's the chairman of the Community Engagement Panel, and we have a resolution from the County Board about moving the fuel. I will probably bring forward in the next couple of months of resolutions by this, hopefully this council will endorse, about moving that nuclear fuel out to a consolidated interim storage facility. We've been working on that for about 18 months. We still need a lot of help at the state and federal level, but I think if we can get the cities behind that initiative, we can get hopefully some movement on that. So that's what I've been spending most of my time on. And tomorrow, it's a little arcane because I am a history teacher, because we just had the 9/11 commemorations this last couple of weeks. But tomorrow is the 152nd anniversary of the deadliest day in American history. And I'm going to go back during our break here. I'm going to ask those high school students up there what that was. So I'm not going to mention it now, but I will go back and ask them, because if they're juniors and seniors in high school, they should know what that day was. All right? Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. I think a lot of people touched on several things that happened over the week. I do want to remind you that this coming Saturday, 2 to 5 p.m., is Mossy Nissan's and Main Street Oceanside's Taste of Oceanside. And the passports, I believe they're still available for food sampling, only $25. With the beer and wine tasting added, it's $35. It's also another sponsor, Pacific Marine Credit Union. So the tickets are limited to 1,000 tickets, so you need to hurry up and get your ticket. You can go to www.tasteofoceanside.com for more information and to download your ticket. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a recess from now until 6 o'clock for the second half of the council meeting. I thank you. We have some proclamations, et cetera, we have to do at 6 o'clock. After that, we'll have the rest of the council meeting. Please recess until then. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First off, this is the second half of the council meeting, and I've been asked by the fire department, keep the aisles clear for people. Okay, you're over the numbers, so keep the aisles clear to the outdoor, whatever. Anyhow, thank you very much. For some of you standing on the walls, go ahead and stand there, but there's also seating downstairs with TVs, whatever's comfortable. Thank you very much. And we want to set down some policies like you have a phone or a pager, put it on page, it'll help a lot. We always have to remind ourselves to do it ourselves, but number one. Anyhow, Debbie, would you take it from here, please?
Please stand for the invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Tonight's invocation will be delivered by City Clerk Zach Beck, who is also youth pastor for the Fields Church.
Please join me in bowing your heads. Father, we come before you tonight to say thank you. Thank you for the privilege, the blessing, the honor it is to reside here in the city of Oceanside. We come together tonight as a diverse community, a community of different backgrounds, different beliefs, different presence, and different futures, yet one common goal, and that is the betterment of this community. We come together tonight to seek your guidance, wisdom, and discernment during the deliberations that transpire this evening, and in doing so, we lift up our council members, Councilmember Feller, Councilmember Kern, Councilmember Sanchez, Deputy Mayor Lowry, and Mayor Wood. May you grant them peace and wisdom during the deliberations, and may they conduct themselves in a way that's honoring to you and honoring to the community. We ask all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Don Green, aide to Deputy Mayor Chuck Lowry.
If you'll all join me in honoring our country, I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please be seated if you have a chair.
Next, we have a proclamation for Constitution Week. Will the following Daughters of the American Revolution Santa Margarita chapter members please come forward when I call your name? Linda Ramos, Regent. Wanda Prosser, past Regent and current corresponding secretary. And Adele Lancaster, past Regent and current state DAR corresponding secretary. Let me read the proclamation first for you. I'll read the proclamation for you. Proclamation in honor of Constitution Week. Whereas September 17th, 2015 marks the 228th anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion, and whereas Public Law 915 guarantees the issuing of a proclamation each year by the President of the United States of America, designating September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week, now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, do hereby proclaim September 17th through 23rd, 2015 as Constitution Week, and urge our citizens to reaffirm the ideals the framers of the Constitution had in 1787 by vigilantly protecting the freedoms guaranteed to us through this guardian of our liberties, remembering that lost rights may never be regained. Issued this 16th day of September, 2015.
Mayor Wood, council members, and citizens of this great country. I'm Linda Ramos, and I'm the Regent of Santa Margarita Chapter, Daughters of the American Revolution, the DAR. The chapter was chartered in 1929 as the Oceanside chapter, but as we grew, the name was changed to encompass the region. And I might add, this is our 86th year in Oceanside, and we're very proud of that. September 17th will be the 228th anniversary of the signing of the Constitution of the United States of America. The tradition of celebrating Constitution Week was started many years ago by the Daughters of the American Revolution. In 1955, the DAR petitioned Congress to set aside September 17th through the 23rd annually to be dedicated for the observance of Constitution Week. The resolution was later adopted by the U.S. Congress and on August 2nd, 1956, signed into public law number 915 by President Dwight D. Eisenhower. I'm here tonight as a member of Oceanside Santa Margarita Chapter DAR to ask that you join us in this celebration of this marvelous document that we live by. I also would like to say that DAR is also celebrating an anniversary in October, 125 years in existence. And on October 11th, there will be many daughters of the American Revolution out in their communities doing good works. So thank you.
Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen, one more time.
Next, we have a certificate of recognition for Tia Blanco, 2015 gold medal winner of the ISA World Surfing Games. Tia, please come forward. I would also like to ask Tia's parents, Simon and Tina Blanco, and Tia's boyfriend, co-surfer Colt Wood, please come forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, look at the big screen. World Surfing Champion, Women's Division from Oceanside. Wow.
Tia Blanco, currently residing in our beautiful beach city of Oceanside, California, is the Women's Division International Surfing Association World Surfing Games 2015 gold medalist. The games, hosted by the ISA, were held in late May, early June of this year in Playa Popio, Nicaragua, and included surfers from 27 different countries. The ISA is globally recognized by the International Olympic Committee as the world governing authority for surfing, stand-up paddle racing and surfing, body surfing, wake surfing, and all other wave riding activities. In its bid to become an Olympic sport in 2020, the ISA has asked Tia, along with several other surfers, to sit on the ISA Athletes Commission. This commission will have a vital role in helping shape the future of surfing in relation to the ISA and is the inaugural advisory board for the group. Please join me in a round of applause for Tia, the 2015 World Surfing Games gold medalist.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have sports awards all the time, kind of saying thank you to the individuals involved in whatever the sport might be, but not often, but sometimes we get international world champions from Oceanside. This is one of those occasions. I don't know how to say it. I'm impressed, and thank you very much. The picture said it all. I'm going to pass the mic to you for you and your mother and supporters here.
Thank you guys so much. This is a huge honor, and I'm so happy and proud to be residing in Oceanside.
Quiet people don't want to say anything. Take some pictures anyhow. I'll be able to show people that I know you. One of the luckiest guys in the world here, boyfriend. Anyhow, look at him blush. For representing Oceanside. Thank you. You should have said something.
Next, we have the Mayor's Business Member Spotlight. Will the following Chamber of Commerce members please come forward when I call your name? David Nidegger, President and CEO. Marva Bledsoe, Chair of the Board of Directors. And Business Member Spotlight recipient Roberto Osorio, owner of Ashley's Party Rentals, along with his wife Maria and daughter Ashley.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Mayor, for once again allowing the Chamber to come down and spotlight one of our really, really good members. Roberto has been a long-time Chamber member. He's one of those people you always see behind the scenes. We have a big event, and all the tables are there, and all the chairs are there, and all the pop-ups are there, and everything's working fine. It's Roberto and his folks that make that all happen. They do an outstanding job. He's one of the major sponsors for our Senior Expo, so when you're out there, that's thanks to you, sir, and couldn't think of a better member of the month for us. Thank you very much.
Well, members like Roberto are what make the Chamber great, and they make our city great, and it's our pleasure to acknowledge them along with the Mayor.
Thank you very much. It's been a long way that I came from the garage all the way to where I'm at right now. I'm very happy, and thank you. Thank you.
The boss behind the scenes.
Well, I know he's very deserving. He worked really hard. He's working really hard, and I'm very happy for him. We love him.
I'm very proud of you, Dad. You've done a good job, and I can't wait to see what Ashley Party Rentals has in store.
Esther, please step up here. She has a presentation we want her to do today because it's very special. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So at this time, we'd like to ask the Ballet Folclórico de Oceanside, Ballet Folclórico Tapatío de Oceanside, excuse me, if you guys can come up, and also the Gear Up students that are here and all committee members. please come forward to the dais.
Thank you. Well, this is a proclamation in honor of National Hispanic Heritage Month, which is held every year from September 15th through October 15th. Here in Oceanside, we have a very active Latino community, and I'm talking about our kids as well as our residents. We have here Luis Oceguera, who started this dance troupe back when he lived in Crown Heights, and wanted to give an alternative to what was happening in the streets, to his family and to the other kids in the neighborhood. And he came up with this dance troupe, and let me tell you, it's professional. It is all the way professional. We're talking about dance troupe from very young kids to teenagers to adults, and I still haven't done it yet, Luis, but one of these days I will. But anyway, we did have our Noche Mexicana, our 11th annual, this past Sunday. It's to kick off National Hispanic Heritage Month, and we had so much entertainment. It couldn't have happened. Oh, here comes 4 kids. Yeah, it couldn't have happened. Come on down. Without the generous support of our sponsors. I want to say our sponsors, and then Christina is going to read out the proclamation. But sponsors: City of Oceanside, Oceanside Public Library, Friends of Oceanside Public Library, Friends of Oceanside Parks, Oceanside Firefighters Association, Oceans 11, Hispanic Chamber of E-Commerce, Maximum Real Estate Services, and of course, Ballet Folklorico Tapatío de Oceanside. So, Christina, could you do the honors of reading out the proclamation, please?
Proclamation in honor of National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas this year, the City of Oceanside commemorates the 11th anniversary of Oceanside Noche Mexicana, a free community event held annually in September at the Oceanside Civic Center Plaza, attended by thousands of Oceanside residents. And whereas this year's event includes the wonderful and generous support of the residents of Eastside, Libby Lake, and Crown Heights, Oceanside Public Library, Friends of the Oceanside Public Library, Friends of O-Park, Vista Community Clinic REACH Program, Oceanside Gear Up, Ballet Folklorico Tapatío de Oceanside, La Perla Tapatía, St. Mary's Star of the Sea Church, Oceanside Firefighters Association, Oceans 11, Hispanic Chamber of E-Commerce, Maximum Real Estate Services, and the City of Oceanside. And whereas we acknowledge the dedicated volunteers of the Noche Mexicana Committee, including Edward Becerra, Irene Castillo, Monica Chapa-Dunmerk, Luis Alonso Duarte, Enrique Fuentes, Monica Hernandez, Herminia Ledesma, Guillermo Mendez, Maria Mendez, Adrian Mendoza, Luis Oceguera, Salvador Roman, Sarah Rosales, Maria Russell, Salvador Sanchez, Myra Torchiano, Genevieve Wonder, Christina Sanchez, and Councilmember Esther Sanchez. Whereas we express our gratitude to the Honorable Deputy Consul, General Rafael Lafayega, representing the San Diego office of the Consul General of Mexico, who led the Grito de Dolores, the traditional cry for Mexican independence. And whereas National Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated September 15th through October 15th every year, honoring the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens and residents whose ancestors came from Mexico, Spain, Central and South America, and the Caribbean. Now therefore be it resolved that I, Jim Wood, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2015 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Oceanside. Issued.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez, Mr. Jim Wood. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here today. It's an honor to be part of this great city, Oceanside. When I first came to the United States, I came here to Oceanside. And my goal is, when we started, I told Esther Sanchez, when we start this program, we were only 5 of us. Now we're more than 100 students. And my goal is to keep those kids out of the streets, out of the gangs, out of the drugs. Thank you. That's my goal. My goal is for them to come, to walk into my class and to do something positive, something good for them, and to keep this city great and better. It's my pleasure to have this dance group that for this year, it's been a great year. For the first time, we participate with professional dance group in Mexico. It was our first time that we went for our out of the country and dance in Nayarit and in Hidalgo, Mexico. And little by little. My other goal is to have mariachi classes. And we're gonna open these classes for everybody. Kids, we have kids classes, teenagers, high schools, and adults. Everybody's welcome to be part of this great team. Thank you very much.
Viva Oceanside!
I would like to interrupt for a few seconds to bring up one of the people that made all that possible the other day. Could you step up here? Esther's aide. She did all the hard work. Wow. She got the personality for it. And next, if I could, Esther, could I have you up front with us? Could you step up front to see that? Anyhow, it shows the cultural respect we have in Oceanside for these wonderful people, their costumes and their culture, and thank you very much. Last week was really a ball, and I had a great time. Thank you very much. Everybody, thank you. I don't know if you can get close enough for a photo, but... Could have stood up.
1, 2.
A little bit closer, please. Ed, I can't see your face. There we go. Okay, got everybody. Okay. Beautiful.
Yeah, that one does.
Usually you have to hold it for a while.
Oh, okay, that one should.
Yeah, it's okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you very much for patience for these presentations. I think it's necessary to give a recognition to several of these groups, what they do in Oceanside. Thank you very much. With that, I think we have 22, closed session.
Council didn't meet in closed session today, so there's nothing to report.
Thank you. 23, please.
Yes, at this time, John Philip Bowen may come forward to address the council.
Ladies and gentlemen, On August 5th, you gave me the opportunity to bring to your attention various means by which Uber and its drivers are evading the regulations which the county and city impose upon me and other cab drivers. I asked you to consider it, and I exchanged several emails with your interim city manager, Ms. Michelle Skaggs-Lawrence, and this is the final email which I received from her. Mr. Bowen, I have had an opportunity to speak with the city attorney. As you know, Uber and similar businesses are regulated by the PUC. Oceanside's policy is to not require a business license for any activity regulated by the PUC, such as limousine services. Consequently, we will not regulate Uber. I understand that NCTD legal staff will be meeting with our city attorney, John Mullen, sometime next week to discuss this issue. I don't anticipate any alterations to Oceanside's policy, but if something changes based on that joint meeting, I will let you know. Thank you. Michelle Skaggs-Lawrence. All right. I have brought to your attention, it's on the public record, the evasive tactics of Uber. You've chosen not to do anything about it. That's fine. But if some catastrophic event occurs, a disastrous accident that is not covered by the insurance, or a felon who perpetrates a crime because he was not adequately checked by Uber's background investigators, you will not, the legislatures, the city council members, and its political appointees, be able to say, we didn't know. You know. You've chosen not to act. I find that your decision, and I accept it. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael McSweeney.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'm Michael McSweeney. I'm the Senior Public Policy Advisor for the Building Industry Association. The graphic in front of you is permit totals from 2003 through July of this year. I shared with you earlier this year the Point Loma Nazarene study on the cost of government on a new home. The purpose of this is to show you that regionally, that line in the middle there is 12,000 units a year. That's what's required to be built to keep pace with population growth. Population growth in our county is 80% births over deaths. The other 20% is in migration, mostly people for higher paying jobs. So what I'd like to show you on the next slide is the permit activity in the city of Oceanside since 2007. And the purpose of showing you this is your population is 167,086 people. Residential real estate, places to live, are needed countywide. Over the last 10 years, at 12,000 units a year, that would be 127,000, or 120,000 for the entire region. Oceanside built 1,374 homes. The reason I bring this to your attention is the entire region needs more housing. It's simple, supply and demand. If there's not enough supply and there's more demand, what happens to the price? It goes up. So last but not least, this very exquisite diagram right here kind of looks like a champagne glass. I was sitting next to a college student in the audience, and I said, that's what our housing demographics look like in this county. The top of the glass, those are homes priced at $850,000 or above. The bottom of the glass is subsidized affordable housing. The stem in the middle is what the middle class gets. In this county, since the beginning of this year, there have been 225 new homes built with a price under $500,000. This is a crisis. So when this body reviews development projects, I wish you would think going forward that the city needs housing, your residents need more housing, and more housing brings the price down for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Pinnock.
My name is Michael Pinnock, and I live in South Oceanside. I've lived there for 28 years. And the topic I'd like to talk to you about tonight is the sand replenishment projects, both the smaller opportunistic projects and the larger Sandag regional projects. Specifically, the long-term effects on surfing at Buccaneer Beach and other Oceanside beaches caused by these projects. After placement of 450,000 cubic yards of sand in 2001 and 290,000 cubic yards in 2012, the surf at Buccaneer Beach and other adjacent beaches was transformed from high-quality, gently sloping beach break to steep beaches of non-breaking swells, hazardous shore breaks, and occasional breaking closeout walls. These conditions continued for approximately 2 years after each placement, causing hundreds of surfers to abandon their home breaks and look for surf elsewhere. When I first became aware the city of Oceanside was applying with the California Coastal Commission for an amendment to their 2008 opportunistic beach fill project, I became interested in the coastal permit process and spoke to people in the city of Oceanside, California Coastal Commission, Moffitt and Nickel Consultants, and Surfrider Foundation. Although the opportunistic beach fill projects do not negatively impact surf quality as much as the Sandag regional fill projects, the opportunistic fill permit does contain references to inaccurate Sandag statements that surfing was improved at each of the receiver sites in 2001 and makes conflicting statements regarding surf condition monitoring, stating that the monitoring would not be particularly technical or precise, yet would provide detailed information to gauge surfing conditions. What I don't understand is how non-technical nor precise monitoring provides detailed information to gauge surfing conditions. My concern is there seems to be a belief among some officials and consultants based on anecdotal evidence that sand replenishment improves surfing conditions when in fact, in many cases, it causes disastrous, immediate, and long-term effects on surf quality, sometimes lasting years. So if you could please consider in the new permit that you're applying for now, I think it's going to be in front of the Coastal Commission next month, that quantities over 75,000 yards could be placed proportionately in the two receiver sites, and that they look into the negative impacts and some of the inaccurate statements. Thank you very much. I really like living in Oceanside and appreciate you listening to me.
Thank you. 1 second, don't walk off. City manager is going to contact you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
No more public on this item.
Oh, thank you very much. And if the opportunity arises, could we have, no, there's no more public, right?
No more public.
Okay,
So
could
next
we
would be-
item number 26?
Yes. Item number 26 is the introduction of an ordinance repealing Articles 1, 3, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 30 of the 1986 zoning ordinance and amending Articles 1, 2, 40, 46, and 47 of the 1992 city zoning ordinance and establishing the amended text as part of the implementing document of the local coastal program and adoption of a resolution amending the local coastal program amendment relating to the zoning ordinance and requesting California Coastal Commission certification of said amendment.
Amy, welcome.
Good evening.
Thank you. I'll go ahead with my little deal. As mayor, I'll open this public hearing and request disclosures from members.
Staff.
Staff and public.
Staff.
No contact.
Staff only.
And let's see, correspondence petitions for your office? None? Thank you very much. Amy, it's up to you.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, the proposal before you this evening is consideration of zoning amendment 15-5 and local coastal plan amendment LCPA 15-2. These two amendments are part of a comprehensive multi-phase effort aimed at updating and consolidating the city's zoning ordinances. The City of Oceanside currently utilizes 3 zoning ordinances in regulating land use. The 1986 zoning ordinance within the coastal areas, the 1992 zoning ordinance for inland areas, and the redevelopment zoning ordinance within the downtown area. Discrepancies exist between those ordinances in terms of development standards and project processing procedures that cause confusion, and have been quite cumbersome to administer over the years. More than a year ago, the City Council gave direction to staff to embark on a multi-phase effort to update and consolidate those ordinances. We did initiate that process a few months ago with phase 1, including modifications to the administrative sections of all 3 ordinances. Changes to those sections are considered de minimis, minor in nature. Phase 1 also includes the final phase of certification and approval of the sign ordinance, which the City Council considered and approved in 2012. Following within phase 1, we anticipate that we would bring before you the remaining administrative sections and potentially a downtown digital signage, which has yet to be determined whether or not it's necessary at this point. Phase 2 will focus on the land use districts, including the residential, commercial, and industrial. The zoning text amendment and local coastal plan amendment that's before you this evening will establish a common framework for zoning regulations within the coastal, inland, and the downtown area, although will maintain certain differences within the downtown area. More specifically, the proposal that you will be acting upon this evening will include repealing of 7 articles of the 1986 zoning ordinance that are identified on the screen before you. Article 1, 3, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 30, and amendments to the 1992 zoning ordinance, Articles 1, 2, 40, 46, and 47, with the most notable changes in those articles being in Article 46, appeals and calls for review. The Planning Commission has considered the amendments before you this evening on July 27 and recommended approval unanimously. This proposal was also presented to EDC, the Economic Development Commission, on August 11 and provided their support on the concept. The revisions to the city's 1986 and 92 zoning ordinance will ensure a consistent application of the administrative procedures and will be to the best interest of the city. Therefore, we're recommending that the City Council introduce the ordinance repealing Articles 1, 3, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 30, and amending Articles 1, 2, 40, 46, and 47 of the 92 zoning ordinance, and establishing the amended text as part of the document of the local coastal program, and also adopt a resolution amending the local coastal program LCPA 15-2 relating to the zoning ordinance and requesting California Coastal Commission certification of the amendments. That concludes my presentation. We'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
In the sidebar for the time being.
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public who would wish to speak on this specific item may come forward to address the council.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, David Neidiger. I'm the president and CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce, along with Main Street, has been invited by Amy on several occasions to come and listen to the presentation, and we support the city's desire to consolidate these recommendations and go forward with that. So I just want to make sure that you guys know the business community is behind us.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time. I see none.
I see none, okay. I'll close this public meeting and come back to the council. Mr. Kern, please.
Thank you. I'm going to move staff recommendation that the City Council introduce an ordinance repealing Articles 1, 3, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 30 of the 1986 zoning ordinance, and amending Articles 1, 2, 40, 46, and 47 of the 1992 zoning ordinance, which is ZA 15-00005, and establish the amended text as part of the implementing documentation of the local coastal program, and adopt a resolution and amend the local coastal program amendment LCPA 15-0002 and relating to the zoning ordinance and requesting California Coastal Commission certification of the amendments.
Thank you. I'll second.
Okay, good, thanks. And this gives me an opportunity, because I know some people have seen the article in the paper that the deputy mayor and I have been talking about updating the land use element of the general plan. It is, quite frankly, a mess. You know, the idea that we need to, one of our later items tonight is part of that problem is the zoning changes and text amendments in order to bring that forward and to work on that. So we have 3 different ordinances, different years, very inconsistent. Everybody down there have this big book. Some of the type is hard to read, you know, from years that have gone by. At a later date, I would like to bring up, maybe starting with a workshop or something like that, to get the ball rolling on doing a general plan update for our land use. Now, we have the circulation element in place, and we have our housing element in place, which is good till 2018. So general plans, there's a lot of moving parts, and we don't have to deal with all the moving parts. The one part that we really have to deal with is the land use element, because this is what we're addressing tonight on a very piecemeal basis. So we need to go back and get rid of the 86 and get rid of the 92 and have probably a 216 or a 2017 general plan update. So I know we have about $377,000 on that account now. Obviously, it's not enough money to do it, but it's enough money to get started. And so when we go into the next budget cycle, we can actually discuss that. I know that's not what's on the agenda tonight, but I just wanted, since we're dealing with that tonight, I'd like to bring that thought forward. So, thank you.
I see no other people, so on the list, so let's please vote. After he entitles it. It always tells me, and I always forget.
We had a second, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Wood.
Okay, so this is the introduction of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside repealing Articles 1, 3, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 30 of the 1986 zoning ordinance, amending Articles 1, 2, 40, 46, and 47 of the 1992 zoning ordinance, and establishing the amended text as part of the implementing document of the local coastal program.
If I knew you were going to read all that, I wouldn't have read it.
Ms. Sanchez. Motion approved, 5-0.
Amy, next one.
Yes, item number 27 is introduction of an ordinance amending Articles 33A, 33B, ZA 11-0004, ZA 12-0006, revision, and 33C, ZA 200009, revision and adoption of a resolution approving the associated local coastal program amendments, LCPA 11-00002, LCPA 12-00005, and RLCPA 12-00001, revision incorporating California Coastal Commission's modifications, regulating the use, placement, and of designs.
Thank you. Mayor, I'll open this public hearing. The mayor will ask disclosure from council members.
Just staff.
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 No.
Staff, and plus, we received a letter from, I think, Main Street today pertaining to this item. Did, so, I think we all just, it was late in the day, but we did receive that letter. Some of you may not have opened it yet.
Thank you for that. And correspondence, petitions?
None.
Thank you. Amy, again, thank you.
Mayor and members of the City Council, this second set of amendments I mentioned in my prior presentation is also part of Phase 1 of the effort for consolidating the 3 zoning ordinances that are being used for implementing the regulations, particularly the sign regulations in the City of Oceanside. More specifically, they refer to Articles 33A, 33B, and 33C, the sign ordinance that was adopted in 2012. In 2012, the City Council took action to modify the 1992 sign ordinance, and by means of comprehensively updating that section of the code and establishing the Articles 33A, B, and C. At the same time, the City Council repealed the 1986 sign ordinance, which was intended to be set aside once the Coastal Commission effectively certified the new ordinance. In 2013, the California Coastal Commission considered the amendments and approved them subject to modifications. In May of 2014, those modifications were presented to the City Council, and the City Council continued this item to allow staff time to explore the possibility of introducing standards for digital signage, which were excluded by the Coastal Commission within the downtown area. The Coastal Commission's modifications focus on the following 4 items. They require that the text of the sign ordinance precludes the relocation of billboards within the coastal zone, and the coastal zone is identified on the exhibit that's on the right-hand side of the screen by the red outline. To prohibit on-site signage for private properties in the coastal zone, not to allow permanent private party signs on city-controlled property in the coastal zone, and unless exempt, to require the issuance of a coastal development permit for signage. With those modifications, and if the City Council agrees to include them as part of the previously approved ordinance, we would be able to secure the certification of this particular article. Staff has been in communication with experts of the sign industry, as well as representatives from Main Street and from the Chamber of Commerce. We have their support in terms of recommending that this ordinance with the proposed modifications be approved by the City Council. However, they have indicated they would like to allow an opportunity in the future, if there is a need and there is demand for digital signage in the downtown area, to bring those back for consideration by you. We would continue to work with representatives from the sign industry, Main Street, and the Chamber to achieve that. And if necessary, we'll bring it forward as part of a major local coastal plan amendment in the future. Our recommendation is to introduce the ordinance amending Articles 33A, B, and C, and to adopt a resolution approving the associated local coastal program, LCPA 11-2, LCPA 1205, and RLCPA 12-1 revision to incorporate the California Coastal Commission's recommendations. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Amy. Have a seat at the sidebar, and we'll...
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this specific item may come forward to the council.
Don't all rush up at the same time.
I see none.
I see none, so I'll close this public hearing and go back to the council. And Mr. Kern, please.
Thank you. I'm going to move staff's recommendation, and the city attorney informs me he reads this much better than I do, so he will be reading all of these things. I just have a question. I need somebody to define what a digital sign is. If somebody has a television screen sitting in their window advertising, does that count? I mean, I'm just trying to get a handle on what constitutes digital signage. So I'm sure you guys have come across that in your discussion. So Jeff, you're pushing your button first. Okay, so you get to speak.
Mayor and council members, it is conceivable that the example you gave would be considered as a digital sign, and that's why we would explore possibly coming back with amendments that would allow digital signs in the future. We want to explore that more, research it more, and continue our discussions with Main Street and the Chamber.
I think it would be the benefit to the business community if you had definitions of what constitutes what. So when somebody wants to put up a sign, that it's not vague and the discretion of the counter people, that the idea that everybody knows what we're talking about, what a digital sign is, what a video display is, all those things. So I think the definitions are probably going to be pretty important as we go forward. So anyway, that was my motion to staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Did you want to read the rest of it?
No, I wanted to concur with the city attorney.
Mr. Feller, please.
Thank you. There are so many ways to advertise. As I did with my business, it was neon. But there's so many new ways where the boards change, the menu needs to be changed, I guess through computers and what have you. So I think I agree with Councilmember Kern that what we need to do is be able to give them the parameters before they try to come through, because once these blocks start developing down here, we're going to have some probably serious need, especially once the big hotel gets going. And just we're not asking. I mean, I like the digital technology, but I don't think we're going to get it approved if we haven't given them something to shoot for. So I'm assuming that's kind of what Councilmember Kern said. So go forward and figure it out.
Deputy Mayor.
I'm curious about the Coastal Commission and digital billboards, and that's what we're also talking about here. So digital billboards in this context are not the things we see along the freeway that have been proposed for Oceanside. Digital, 80 feet in the air and 60 feet long or whatever. We're talking about small signage that would be within the context of a retail business here. That's what they're saying they do allow? No.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor Lowry, the Coastal Commission's recommendations would not allow any digital signage within the downtown area, including billboards, menu boards, any digital signage. In our discussions with members of the industry, it appears that there is no immediate need for digital signage. However, they do see the possibility that there may be a need for small-scale digital signage in the future. And for that reason, we would continue to work with them, or we would like to continue working with them, so that once that need is determined, we could bring standards back for your consideration.
So there are digital signs along Coast Highway already. I see them routinely here, and they're like maybe 18 inches tall and 78 inches long or something like that. Is this going to impact those that are already existing?
Technically, they're not permitted.
Oh. And what about the smaller ones that they buy like online or from Costco that say, open and deal on sodas and those kinds of things? Are those currently allowed?
Those would also be considered electronic digital signs, and they're not permitted.
Oh, so will there be, if we pass this, any impact on that, or?
Well, as it stands today, they're not permitted signs, so truly there's no significant difference between this particular ordinance and the one that we have in place right now. It's an issue of enforcement.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilman Sanchez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say that I fully support the modifications that were proposed by the California Coastal Commission. Being a former commissioner, I know that and especially since our own local coastal plan does not permit digital signs, it's consistent with what they've been saying all along. So we don't want to become Los Angeles, where signs go up even without city council approval. That happens all the time. You can, it's usually just stuck in court fighting. I'm really happy that we don't have that problem here in Oceanside. So I'm going to fully support this. So it's support the introduction of the ordinance and adoption of the resolution. Thank you.
Second. But Mr. Feller came back on. Thank you. Mr. Feller.
I'm sorry, but so does that mean we're going to have a digital sign sheriff? I mean, go out and knock these guys in the side of their head, or are we going to be, gracious rulers of their life, their advertising lives? I mean, I've seen it as much as Chuck has, and I don't think we can just all of a sudden be telling them to take all these things down. I mean, things like banners and that kind of thing, but some of this stuff is pretty expensive investment.
Mayor and council members, if this ordinance as proposed becomes effective, then technically those signs would be in violation. We do have code enforcement officers. The city's policy is that those are generated by the public on a complaint basis. Again, the long-term solution is that we would work with the downtown associations of businesses to try and get some regulations that would allow these digital signs in a reasonable manner, so they're not too bright, that they don't flash, they're not billboards, they're just small signs, some of the examples that have been given. So that's what we're aiming for in the long run.
So I would be doing that sooner than later as well. I mean, I think that's what we have to do.
We are having conversations with that as we're going right now through this process.
I don't know any of our city employees that would want to be the one that walks in and says your sign's out of code.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on a question that Councilmember Kern asked that may be relevant to this. There is a definition within the zoning code for a digital display. I think you asked that earlier, what is a digital sign? So a digital display means display methods utilizing LED, so light emitting diode, LCD, liquid crystal display, plasma display, projected images, or anything that's functionally equivalent, which is capable of being accessed remotely or through computer control to change the image. I would seriously question whether an open sign or something equivalent to that would fall within that. We've never been asked to look at that, but it certainly, I wouldn't foresee that we would, start code enforcement if somebody has like a digital open sign in their business. So that language is already in the existing sign ordinance right now that's effective outside of the coastal zone. Yeah, so if there's no more discussion, I'll go ahead and, so the motion was to introduce the ordinance and adopt the resolution. I will title the ordinance. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending Articles 33A, B, and 33C of the City Zoning Ordinance to incorporate California Coastal Commission modifications.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
For everybody, item number 28, I think that's why most of you are here. We'll say it up front. The applause will just hold us up, whatever side you're on, I don't care. it's going to hold us up. So maintain that aspect. The other thing is there's a lot of you. How many do we have speaking?
They have not turned in blue forms, so
Pardon?
they have not turned in blue forms.
I realize it's a public hearing. Do we have quite a few speakers? Yes, I gather so. We're probably going to limit it to 2 minutes. If there's some special reason why you go over 2 minutes, let me know. We'll talk about it. 2 minutes for, I got a lot of speakers here, I believe. And with that, we'll go on. We'll have 2 aisles. Both podiums are functional, so we can line up on both aisles without blocking the aisles for the fire department. Please, we'd appreciate that.
Yes. Item number 28 is adoption of a resolution certifying the final environmental impact report and adopting the findings of fact in the mitigation, monitoring, and reporting program for Via Storia. Adoption of a resolution approving general plan amendment GPA 1A13-00002 to change the land use designation of APNs 158-070-17-00, 158-070-21-00, 158-070-22-00, 158-070-24-00, 158-070-3800, 158-070-4000, and 158-070-41-00 from private institutional to medium density residential B and medium density C, and to change the land use designation of APN 158-101-33-00 from single family detached residential to medium density residential A and high density residential. Introduction of an ordinance for zone amendment ZA 13-00002 to change the zoning designation of APNs 158-070-17-00, 158-070-21-00, 158-070-2200, 158-070-24-00, 158-070-3800, and 158-070-4000 to plan development. Consideration for an appeal and adoption of a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolutions number 2015-P22 approving a tentative map, development plan, and historical permit for as many as 420 new dwelling units located to the north of the intersection of Mission Avenue and Academy Road, project Via Storia, applicant Integral Communities, appellant Lucien Austin.
I missed part of that. Could you do it again?
Yeah.
Whatever you ask, Mayor Wood, sure.
Yeah. Good job, Zach.
Good job, Jack, that's right. Right off the bat, well, young lady, you'll see we'll have to go through some things first.
Disclosures?
Mayor, open this public hearing, and ask for disclosures from the council members, please.
Thank you. I think you left out a 0 in one of those.
Yeah, I think so.
I heard that. I heard it, yeah.
We've heard from everybody. We've heard it at church. We've heard it everywhere.
Yeah.
So I guess that's about covers.
The staff, public, applicant, Santa Claus, and the Easter Bunny.
The same thing as have Santa Claus and the Easter Bunny.
Staff, the developer, the public, by way of emails, personal discussions, discussions over the phone, petitions, including a petition from the residents of Stanley Ray Homes Mobile Home Park. Petition is, I believe it's over 200, it's like 225 names on that petition against.
I met with the applicant. I actually attended the Coastal Planning Commission hearing to hear this before, obviously, the emails and letters that we received from the public, and some detailed discussions with staff.
Also, correspondence petitions?
Yes, everything in this binder.
Yes, I think we've all received petitions and et cetera. With that, Russ, you have the honor of either making these people happy or making them mad. Thank you.
Mayor Wood, members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Russ Cunningham with the City's Planning Division. Tonight, you are asked to consider on appeal the Planning Commission's August 10th approval of the Via Astoria project, make a decision on the proposed general plan and zone amendments that are necessary to effectuate this project, and vote on the certification of the associated environmental impact report. The proposal before you this evening has spent about 2.5 years in the city's review process. It was submitted in April of 2013. It has been subject to a great deal of scrutiny and has inspired a great deal of conversation and debate. Some degree of controversy seems inevitable with a project of this scale and in this area. Staff has tried to respond to the controversy surrounding the project with dialogue, with factual information, and close attention to city policies, standards, guidelines, and procedures. I'll say at the outset that staff is supportive of the proposed project, recommending approval, finding it to be responsive to both staff input and the questions and concerns posed by nearby residents and other stakeholders. We think the project is a good fit for the surrounding area, both functionally and visually. The project would further the city's housing goals while contributing positively to the Mission San Luis Rey historic area and providing major public improvements that would improve quality of life for residents of surrounding neighborhoods. What began 2.5 years ago as a broad brush concept for more than 500 housing units has since evolved into a detailed plan for 380 homes organized around a private street network and a collection of linked open spaces. While I can provide a project description at whatever level of detail you desire, I intend to defer project description primarily to the applicant and limit my comments to the public benefits. The project would provide the preliminary screening process that was undertaken about a year ago, the points of appeal, and there are several, a few land use considerations, and the project's conformance to smart growth principles. I have many slides in reserve that provide more detail, and I can share those in response to your questions. The project site comprises 35 acres, roughly 35.5 acres of vacant land situated to the north of the intersection of Mission Avenue and Academy Road. The site is roughly bisected by Academy Road, with eastern portions currently designated for single-family residential homes and western portions designated for private institutional uses. The site lies within the Mission San Luis Rey historic area and is thus subject to the associated historic plan. Adjacent land uses will be highlighted on a subsequent slide, as will the land use potential of the site under its current land use designations. As a condition of sale, a portion of the western edge of the project site has been deeded back to the San Luis Rey Parish, and I think you'll see that in a moment. The strip of land would continue to be designated for private residential land uses. So there's the private institutional portion of the site, and there is the single-family detached portion of the site with respect to current land use designations. Here's the proposed site plan with the proposed land use designations and densities for each of the 4 planning areas. And to the left of the colored area, you can see that portion, roughly 3 acres, that are deeded back to the San Luis Rey Parish. Very early in the review process, staff informed integral communities that our support for the project would be contingent upon the provision of several public benefits: the on-site development of affordable housing without recourse to the city's in lieu fee option, the implementation of pedestrian priority project number 19, which closes a significant gap in sidewalk on the north side of Mission Avenue, improvement of the private access easement known as Chapter Road, which lies at the northern boundary of the project site, installation of gateway signage along Mission Avenue consistent with the signage guidelines of the historic plan, and construction of a bus shelter embodying Spanish colonial revival architecture at the southwest corner of the project site, consistent with NCTD's desires. The applicant agreed to provide all of these public benefits and offered the following additional public benefits in response to input received from the community: daytime access to the park at the southwest corner of the project site, payment of a water offset fee of over $600,000 to subsidize future expansion of the city's recently approved recycled water project, the details of which I will leave to our interim water utilities director, Jason Gaffern, and gray water systems in the single-family homes in Planning Area 1 and the inclusionary housing in Planning Area 2. Staff believes that taken together, these public benefits are significant and indicative of the applicant's responsiveness to staff's expectations and the concerns of stakeholders. Faced with the prospect of a number of proposals to redesignate property for residential use, in December of 2013, the city developed a preliminary screening protocol for projects pursuing general plan and zone amendments. This protocol outlines several criteria for evaluating GPA and ZA requests. I won't discuss these now, but I will say that the criteria were not meant to be inclusive. They're meant to engender a conversation, and that's what we had about a year ago. The principal goal of the screening process is to let applicants know whether the city can conceptually support their proposals before they invest a lot of time, money, and effort in their applications. Via Astoria was subject to preliminary review and screening in the spring of last year. On the 7th of April, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend that the project move forward through the discretionary review process. Roughly 5 weeks later, the City Council reviewed the project, indicated an openness to exclusively residential use on the project site, and expressed a collective desire to see the application move forward. The Council offered the applicant and staff the following direction. Seen here, maintain densities consistent with those in the vicinity and at the lower end of the allowable density ranges for the proposed land use designations. Ensure pedestrian connectivity both within the project site and to and from other destinations within the historic area. Include community gathering spaces. Preserve access to Mission San Luis Rey mobile estates, and address existing and potential drainage issues. We find that the proposal was responsive to the direction that was provided by the Council during the screening process. The applicant will turn to the points of appeal. The applicant makes a number of claims in opposition to the project. The applicant states that the project will cost the city over $130,000 annually in public services. The reality is that residential projects almost always cost more in public services than they generate in property and sales tax revenue. In this case, it's important to note that virtually all of the land uses allowed under the private institutional designation are tax exempt land uses. They are also, generally speaking, land uses that would not spur the amount of local sales tax revenue that 380 new households would generate. As you know, roughly half of the project site is already zoned for residential, albeit at lower densities than those proposed. Development under the current residential designation would also have a net negative fiscal impact on the city. A fiscal impact analysis provided by the applicant's consultant, the London Group, indicates that relative to hypothetical development and land use allowed under the current land use designations, Via Astoria would have an annual net cost to the city of less than $16,000 when the monetary value of the project's public benefits are factored into that analysis. This calculation does not include the more than $9 million the project would pay in impact fees, nor the cost of public roadway improvements that I can discuss if you're interested. The applicant states that more than 5,000 vehicle trips on Academy Road will, quote, deadlock many residents, especially those in San Luis Rey homes. I'll largely defer to transportation staff and the applicant's traffic consultant on this issue, but I will say that while the project would generate more traffic than projected under current land use designations, Academy Road would operate at level of service B, which is well within the city's minimum standard. The signal at Mission and Academy, the dedicated left turn pocket on Academy, and the roundabout intersection would provide efficiencies that don't currently exist on this roadway, where vehicles now sometimes wait up to a minute to make the left-hand turn from southbound Academy to head eastbound on Mission Avenue. Additionally, the extension of Frazee would provide mobile estates residents with another means of entering and exiting their neighborhood. The appellant states that the project would not be consistent with the historic plan. As noted earlier, staff finds the project to be fully consistent with the architectural and streetscape guidelines of the historic plan. More fundamentally, we find that the project furthers many of the applicable goals and objectives of that plan. The plan does not, this is an important point I believe, the plan does not specify a preferred land use for the project site or suggest that it be reserved for visitor-serving land uses. Even though western portions of the site lie within the designated historic core, these areas they don't appear on the core area conceptual design exhibit that I distributed to you earlier, and that's in your possession now. The appellant states that the project doesn't improve the city's jobs to housing ratio. In a moment, I'll speak to the extent to which the project site and its current designations provide for employment-oriented land uses. For now, I'll note that while economic development is certainly an important city goal, so too is the provision of housing consistent with our housing element and the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, otherwise known as the RHNA. The RHNA says that Oceanside must anticipate demand for more than 6,200 new dwelling units between 2010 and 2020. We are now roughly halfway through this 10-year projection period. Over the past 5 years, we have issued final building permits for fewer than 600 new dwelling units, which is less than 10% of our regional fair share allocation. As indicated by the escalating cost of housing in the region, both for sale housing and rental housing, housing demand remains strong, and with San Diego County expected to add 1 million people between now and 2050, it's obvious that a lot more housing will be needed in the years ahead. The appellant states that the project would produce unacceptable levels of greenhouse gas, noise, and other forms of unspecified pollution. The EIR for the project demonstrates that greenhouse gas emissions, noise, and construction-related pollutants would not exceed thresholds of significance. With respect to the analysis of greenhouse gas emissions, the city employs a methodology that is utilized by other jurisdictions in the region, one that takes into account recent emissions forecasting by CARB, the California Air Resources Board. CARB has determined that statewide GHG emissions will have to be reduced an additional 15.3% below current levels to reach California's goal of 1990 levels by 2020. So consistent with this forecast, Oceanside and other San Diego jurisdictions have determined that projects have less than significant greenhouse gas impacts when they reduce their GHG emissions at least 16% below what are considered business as usual levels. The proposed project shows emission reduction of 17.1% below business as usual and is thus deemed to have less than significant impacts. With respect to noise, the principal noise issue is not noise generated by the project, but rather noise generated by Highway 76 and other roadways in the vicinity, and how these noise levels would impact residents of the project. These impacts are mitigated through noise-rated roof ceiling assemblies and windows. And regarding construction-related pollution, all construction-related emissions and dust are within limits established by the San Diego Air Pollution Control District. The appellant states that emergency response times to San Luis Rey Mobile Estates and the area in general would be adversely impacted by the proposed project. Analysis of emergency response times reviewed and validated by the fire department show that with the extension of Frazee Road, response times to the mobile home community from Fire Station 5, which is on the north side of the San Luis River, and Station 6 are reduced, while response times from Fire Station 7, our newest fire station, would remain unchanged. The police department has indicated that given the proximity of the site to our main police station, police response times would not be adversely impacted by the project. The appellant states that the project would create or exacerbate drainage problems. There are existing drainage issues that this project would resolve, namely stormwater and sediment that flow into the mobile home community during storm events from the project site. These would be captured and channeled away from the park through drainage facilities installed in both Chapter Road and in Academy Road. And the site would continue to drain to existing infrastructure that has ample capacity to accommodate anticipated flows. Chapter Road is that road to the north of the project site. The applicant states that the proposed improvements to Chapter Road would constitute a taking of private property. To meet engineering and fire access standards, an additional 15 feet of access to the north of the existing easement is required. These 15 feet are already encumbered by an easement. They're in a required setback area, so those improvements within that 15-foot would not in any way take away developable area from the abutting properties. Finally, with respect to water use, I've already noted the offset fee and the gray water systems in planning areas 1 and 2. The point of appeal is that the project doesn't adequately address our current circumstances. Obviously, notwithstanding the weather we've seen in the last few days, we're still in a level 2 drought. I'll just establish that under water efficiency standards, the Green Building Code here in Oceanside, the landscape ordinance that are in effect, this project would be substantially more water efficient than the vast majority of existing homes in the city. So with respect to land use, the appellant argues that the current land use designations of the project site should not be changed. They should remain as is. I'll provide a little background on these designations. I'll comment on what these designations allow for and what they do not allow for. The single-family designation to the east allows for up to 83 single-family homes. The applicant proposes a total of 138 homes in this portion of the project site. That's a net difference of 55 homes. That density contributes to the applicant's ability to, it provides for a margin, a financial margin that allows for the affordable component that we've established as a contingency of staff support of the project. The entire project site was previously owned by the Catholic Diocese of San Diego, which intended at one point to implement a parochial high school. The diocese sold that property in 2011. There are only 8 sites in the city that bear the PI land use designation, all of which accommodate religious institutions today. Other than religious institutions and private schools, the PI designation allows for a very limited range of uses. Cemeteries, private recreational facilities, hospitals. To the extent that lodging or other commercial uses are permissible under the PI designation, such uses must be ancillary to and complementary of primary private institutional uses, and that's in language that I passed out to you in advance of the item. We see little evidence of any market demand for lodging or other supportive commercial uses on the project site. And I'll just reiterate that the historic plan does not specify a preferred land use for this site, and in fact, in materials that I've provided you, indicates that visitor-serving commercial uses would ideally be located to the west of the mission near Heritage Park. So Via Storia proposes 59 traditional single-family detached homes, 83 single-family homes arranged in 2- and 5-unit clusters that share a common driveway, 63 duplexes, 86 townhomes, and 89 stacked flats. 90% of the homes would be for sale. Only the inclusionary component would be rental housing. An important consideration in the evaluation of land use change is the compatibility of proposed land use with land uses existing in the vicinity. This exhibit shows housing development in proximity to the project site. As you can see, much of the housing in the vicinity is similar to the housing product that's proposed on the project site in terms of density and type. And that density is actually akin, the proposed density is akin to the density in San Luis Rey Mobile Estates. I'll close with a brief response to the general comment that the proposal doesn't constitute smart growth. By smart growth, we typically mean development that reduces vehicle miles traveled in private automobiles. We acknowledged during the preliminary screening process that the project site is not currently located within a smart growth opportunity area as defined by SANDAG. What we didn't stress at the time is that SANDAG's smart growth concept map is a living document. It is dynamic, and in the 7 or so years that it has been in existence, it has been revised no less than 3 times. Some SGOAs have fallen off, others have been added, others have been modified in one way or another. Given the mix of uses around the project site, the residential densities, the increasing walkability of the area, the planned enhancement of NCTD bus service along Mission Avenue, which I can speak to if you're interested, it is entirely conceivable that the project site will at some point lie within a smart growth opportunity area. This is the cover page of a publication from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development that outlines the basic tenets of smart growth. I'm not going to enumerate these tenets unless you ask me to, but I'll say that virtually all of these tenets are embodied by this project. So staff recommends that the City Council uphold the Planning Commission approval of the Via Astoria project, adopt the requisite general plan and zone amendments, and certify the associated final EIR as it pertains to the requisite legislative actions. This concludes my comments, other than to say that we would like to read into the record some errata language to the EIR that responds to recent input from the San Luis Rey Band of Mission Indians, who are very interested in seeing any recovered cultural resources of significance repatriated on that site, and that's what the language before you establishes. So I thank you for your time.
Actually, Russ, can you answer a quick question at the microphone? When you were discussing the points of the appeal, one of which related to Chapter Road, I believe I heard you say that the applicant contends that there would be a taking of property, and I'm sure you meant the appellant rather than the applicant.
Excuse me.
Just to have a clear record, you meant the appellant, correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mullen.
Yeah.
Yes, the appellant.
Thank you. Seated sidebar, I appreciate it.
At this time, the applicant may come forward.
Not a break in presentation. We've got two parts, if you don't mind.
Good evening. I'm Gil Noltenberger with Integral Communities. Mayor Wood, City Council members, staff, thank you for this opportunity to present what we feel is an outstanding smart growth residential infill project that will meet the housing needs of many people, as well as bring vitality to the area and stimulate the local economy. As pointed out in staff's presentation, the east half of the property is already zoned residential, and on the west half it is private institutional. Private institutional is not employment lands or retail, and so approving this project will not be in conflict with any city council policy. If you've had the opportunity to go out to the site, you'll see much of what you see in the video before you. The property is vacant, it's undeveloped, it's an infill property with substandard streets, deficient infrastructure, and it has always been fallow. When you look at the location of Via Astoria, it's surrounded by residential on three sides. It has close proximity to retail, medical, schools, parks, services, and major transportation corridors such as Highway 76, and it is located on a frequent NCTD bus line, which makes it clearly a smart growth location. California State Law AB 32 and SB 375 have specific goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicles miles traveled. And this is achieved by putting housing closer to services and transportation. And this is exactly what we are proposing. After much consideration and input from staff and our design team, we formulated a plan with 4 separate planning areas centered around a central theme. Through this collaboration with staff, we created project goals, such as a net zero water use project, provide a wide variety of housing sizes and types, including affordable housing on site. Number 3, pedestrian and bicycle-friendly community designed for safety that connects to an abundance of recreation space. For the past 3.5 years, we have been conducting outreach with our neighbors and stakeholders. There isn't a day that goes by that we don't have some form of contact with stakeholders such as San Luis Rey Homes and River Ranch and the Mission. In total, we've conducted 5 major, very large presentations, well over 30 major meetings, hundreds of emails, and phone call conversations. Their input was valuable and helped us mold and make what you see today. It was through this extensive neighborhood outreach and collaboration with city staff that we went from over 560 homes, reduced it to 450, and then we further reduced it to 420 homes that was in the EIR and also the PD plan. But now ultimately the plan will be approximately 380 homes inclusive of the affordable housing units, far below where we started. And we also, from last year's workshop at City Council, we stayed at the lower end of each of the density ranges. Well, along the way, we found many people that support us. Board of Directors of the Mission, 3 major property owners, retail property owners, retailers such as Albertsons, Ralph's, Oceanside Chamber of Commerce, many small business owners and individuals. Well over 350 people have signed support letters for Via Storia, and many of those in the audience are wearing yellow badges, just like I am. Whoop. Okay, this one. and that support Via Storia. And I'd like to point out this support letter we received from NCTD because I think it really tells the story. Route 309 is located right on Mission, and this route will, I'll just read from this, the route will effectively connect residents to Via Storia to a larger transit system. And also, if you look at Sandag's Forward Regional Plan proposes 15-minute frequencies by the year 2020, and this is right on Route 309. So truly, this is kind of a testament to what Via Storia is, being smart growth. We are looking for your support tonight, and thank you very much, and we are very excited about Via Storia. I'd like to turn the rest of the presentation over to Nia Hammond.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I am Nia Hammond, and I represent the applicant. We would like to thank you, the stakeholders, and especially staff, for your input and thoughtful review of the project over the better part of the last 3 years. The highlights of what we are here to present this evening are: we've reduced the density of the project by more than 30% to achieve densities that are consistent with the surrounding neighborhoods. We have offset our water usage, qualifying us as a net zero water usage project. Our guest parking exceeds the city requirement by more than 4 times. We've incorporated sustainable design, including gray water and solar. We have more than twice the required amount of recreation space. We have worked with stakeholders to enhance safety and address concerns such as accessibility and the delivery of coaches. As you approach the project from the west, we have dedicated almost an acre to the benefit of a park which has primarily passive uses. Homes front on the park, which assists in connecting people and activating the open space. The park aids in softening the entry of the project and is where we began the integration of mission-style elements in our design. We paid special attention to edge conditions, and this starts an area of those edge treatments. Incorporating a smooth stucco finish and tile roof as seen at the Mission, we have designed a custom bus shelter in Mission-style architecture. Sorry, we're having a technical freeze. This location is optimal for bus service as it is less than a quarter mile from all the residences within the project and can serve parish visitors and park users. Mission Avenue will be ultimately improved to a 4-lane roadway, including the undergrounding of overhead power lines and a meandering sidewalk. The improvement of this roadway will help provide a safe, efficient, and attractive vehicular and pedestrian transportation experience through the Mission District. Continuing our edge improvements, we will install a much-needed traffic signal at the Academy Road and Mission Avenue intersection. The sidewalk improvements will be connected from the intersection under the 76 overpass. This is commonly known as City Priority Project 19, which will eliminate the current dangerous situation that has people crossing Mission Avenue. Once constructed, this pedestrian connection allows for residents to access Old Grove Marketplace, providing services such as Scripps Medical, Starbucks, Lowe's, and Ralph's. At the project entry, a significant monument creates a gateway to the Mission Historic District, as well as marking the entry to the greater neighborhood. The design of the monumentation thematically matches the Mission with the same architectural elements. The design of Academy Road presented another opportunity for improvement. Rather than a standard city street, we thought a wider boulevard-style improvement would be safer and create a more pleasing entry experience. In today's condition, Academy Road is in disrepair. It's 28 feet wide, consisting of AC pavement over native, with no sidewalks, curbs, gutters, or bicycle lanes. In working with the stakeholders, it was noted that pedestrian and motorized wheelchair travel was a priority for residents of San Luis Rey homes. So we pick up on Academy Road. I'm sorry. In working with San Luis Rey homes, it was noted that pedestrian and motorized wheelchair travel was a priority for residents. We pulled the sidewalks off of the street and added parkways for a safe and complete pedestrian and motorized scooter experience. We added a median as a traffic calming measure and to enhance the aesthetic. The medians are planted with drought-tolerant material and irrigated with drip irrigation, and they add to our overall green street concept. Part of our community outreach reminded us that bicycle connectivity is an important part of Oceanside. The addition of bike lanes down Academy connects an unimproved area of the bicycle master plan, increasing the connectivity to the San Luis Rey River Trail. As part of our extensive neighborhood outreach, San Luis Rey Homes noted that the delivery of coaches occurs down Academy and that we needed to account for that in our design. We also worked together with the fire department, making sure fire trucks and ambulances could safely get down Academy Road and into their gate. With the opening of Frazee, the fire station's response times will be improved up to 39 seconds. In collaboration with staff, we found another opportunity to exceed rather than meet the standard by adding a roundabout in the center of the project. Incorporation of a roundabout rather than a four-way stop allows for continuous movement, which helps the traffic patterns. To enhance the community experience, we centered recreation along all four corners of the planning areas, creating a usable center that will help neighbors get to know one another and foster a greater sense of community. These recreation types include a family-oriented tot lot in Planning Area 1, a pool, spa, and fire pit in Planning Area 3, and a community gathering area that can serve temporary commercial uses such as food trucks and coffee carts in Planning Area 4. This gathering opportunity will be a place for community events. Utility hookups will be provided, and you can safely block off the street as an opportunity for a farmer's market, block party, or Friday night out. To promote pedestrian and bicycle activity, we designed a paseo exclusive to those uses. At 20 feet in width, it connects the center of the project to the 1-acre park and Mission Avenue as an alternate to Academy Road. These areas, as well as the yard areas, combine into an amount twice the requirement of open space from the city's current code. We have incorporated sustainable design features including solar and pre-plumbing the houses for gray water in areas where allowed. With staff's ingenuity, we found a creative solution to our water usage. That solution is a contribution to the city priority project, commonly known as Goat Hill, which is the conversion of a potable line to a reclaimed water line, which will offset our potable water usage by 100%. In conjunction with feedback from staff and the policymakers, we endeavored to plan a community that provided a range and mix of housing types on the lower end of the density ranges. Planning Area 1 has a density of 5.9 dwelling units to the acre, similar to River Ranch, and an average lot size of 4,700 square feet. These single-family homes offer a conventional lot style with private front and rear yards. Planning Area 3 consists of detached two-story homes sharing a common driveway. These homes have radiating entries, with some fronting on the street and others fronting on a common greenbelt. All of the homes have private yards. Planning Area 4A features two-story duet homes. These homes have varying entries depending on location. They have either private front or rear yards depending on their location. Within the same planning area, and to offer greater variety, we added two-story row townhomes. These homes take access off of a common paseo feature leading to a private entry court. In working with staff and the policymakers, it was determined early on that for this project to not just meet, but exceed, we would be expected to build the inclusionary housing as part of the project. We agreed. And in looking at the site, we determined that the best location was close to transportation corridors and existing retail. As such, we are seeking a designation of RMC in Planning Area 2. 10% of the overall unit count will be built as affordable housing on site. This project will create a more walkable, bikeable recreation pattern by connecting and improving the readily used but deficient existing facilities. This infill development is close to jobs, services, and public facilities. This smart growth project results in more housing and transportation choices for those who want to live in Oceanside. I would like to reserve the balance of our time for response to comments. We respectfully ask that you uphold the Planning Commission approval of the tentative map, development plan, historic permit, and that you adopt the rezone and general plan amendment and certify the EIR. Thank you.
At this time, the appellant may come forward.
Good evening. My name is Luciana Austin, and I live in the San Luis Rey Homes. Mr. Beck, somebody told me I just put this on there and it'll show up there?
Yes, I'll turn that on for you.
Okay.
Sure.
Hey, yay, thank you. I'm coming here to plead our case is a little depressing, as Mr. Mayor, your aide, told me several weeks ago that you and 4 other council members, or 3 other council members, 4 other, I don't know, everyone except Ms. Sanchez, who has been kindly actually listening to us and asking pertinent questions and seems to understand. Anyway, you've already made up your mind, so it's a little bit depressing that you've decided in favor of the project. It was kind of shocking to me to have the aide tell me when I called to make an appointment with you that you had already made up your minds. I thought, silly me, I thought you were going to listen to all sides and consider all questions and think about them, and I don't know, I thought that was the democratic process. I guess I'm really naive. So anyway, it makes me kind of wonder why any of us bothered to come here tonight. The Villa Astoria people, let's see, something here. Okay. Be my assistant. Thank you. Anyway, I was going to say the Villa Astoria people, as you can see their lovely invitation here to invite people to dinner and bus them over here, and as they did at the Plan Commission meeting, and they could have saved a whole bunch of money since everything's already been decided. There are people who will tell you that 80% of our park is for this project. That's not possible. I have numbers gone up, Ms. Sanchez, 242 names, addresses, signatures of people who are opposed to the project. There are a few reasons why high-density housing is inappropriate for the vacant land directly in front of our gate. Number 1 is traffic. With Frazee open and the Catholic parish having free use of Chapter Way, 9 roads will feed onto Academy Road. That's still a 2-lane road, 9 feeders going onto it. You can't be serious. How are we going to get in and out of our park? It's right directly in front of our park. Our gate is right there. Academy Road was, I think it was built for us to get in and out of our park. And now you're going to have 9 roads for easy coming in, the parish having full use of Chapter Way. All those people all week are going to be coming in and out, all the parents bringing their kids to school and picking them up. This just isn't going to work. I don't think it takes an engineer to look at that and say, anybody can look at that. You don't have to be an engineer and say this isn't going to work. It's just a disaster. We use this gate almost exclusively to get in and out of our park. This would become a huge and even a dangerous challenge. Our back gate and driveway allows only 1 car at a time to go in or out, and it's frequently blocked by cars dropping off or picking up their children to and from school. To go to Scripps or Rouse or Lowe's from our front gate is less than half a mile. To go there from our back gate, it's 2.5 miles. Emergency help will be hampered and delayed, and lives might possibly be lost because of this. Our paramedics and police and fire services are currently inadequate, even before the addition of huge developments on Mission Avenue and Old Grove at College, let alone adding another one on Academy Road. Something here about that. Thanks. Okay, sorry. You can see that Huntington Beach has 41 firefighters on duty 24/7 to cover 26.7 square miles, and they answer 17,000 calls per year. Pasadena has 51 firefighters on duty 24/7 to cover only 22.5 square miles, and they get only 15,500 calls a year. Sadly, Oceanside has only 35 firefighters on duty 24 hours a day, and they have to cover 42 square miles and answer 20,000 calls per year. This means Oceanside has the equivalent of 0.6115 firefighters per 1,000 citizens. People will die because of long delays. Somebody said the paramedics are supposed to get there in 4 minutes. My son had a stroke. This was before any of this was even talked about. They weren't there in 4 minutes. It was more like 15. What's going to happen if all these places get built and they're all running up and down Mission Avenue and trying to get into Academy Road, a 2-lane road? People will die. Okay, that was number 2, I think, issue. We are in a flood zone. We already have drainage problems. The least bit of rain brings water pouring from Chapter Way and Academy, flooding into our parking lot in front of our clubhouse and our lower streets. It all drains to us. These hazards will be increased along with this, and there's not adequate drainage, and I didn't really, and I hear a lot of things from Integral Properties, but some of them aren't in writing. A lot of them aren't in writing. They're just words. There are severe water shortages right now, which are expected to continue in spite of heavy rains predicted for this winter. Why would we keep adding homes, which if they fill up, will require more and more water? This project is expected to use 97,000 gallons of water per day. That's not been accounted for. It sounds wonderful. It sounds like everything's just going to work so great. It really is. The practical truth is it isn't. Recycled water is always helpful, of course, but it runs off and it also adds to pollution. I do believe the jury's out on whether it's a good thing to use and get into our grounds. Air pollution created by what will actually be about 10,000 cars a day, not the 3,300 the EIR first stated and then later changed to 5,000 cars. Air pollution from that will have serious health effects on our very fragile community. There will be increased crime for our understaffed police department to deal with. And as a vulnerable part of this community, we will become targets. There will be dirt and noise for many months, possibly years, before both sides of Academy are developed. And once more, our senior community will pay the price. We will have to stay indoors with windows shut and no longer will be able to enjoy our daily walks in the daytime. Our southern breeze will be cut off by walls and 2- and 3-story buildings. There is no legitimate reason to build high-density homes here, especially since it will cost the city at least $130,000 per year in services alone. Whatever you said about the, 3,000 or whatever it was, Russell, you can't even hire a teacher for that kind of money. This will cost the city. There will be a number of issues in the highly flawed DEIR which found no negative impacts anywhere. How can they do a DEIR and not find any negative impacts? Come on, guys, give me a break here. Blocking our gate and the constant traffic on Academy will decrease the value of our homes. Nobody cares about that, just us. Houses don't bring that much revenue except to developers, and they don't help out with the poor job market on a long-term basis. With all the slick presentations that has been put on by, and many verbal promises that have been made, there was a mention of a parallel road for the builders to use. Certainly that would be helpful. But since they plan to move dirt from side to side across Academy, what we really need is a bridge. We need this parallel road, but we also need a bridge. Our utilities are under Academy. We'll also have to use this parallel road, which is not on any plan. Nor have we seen it in writing. We have certainly learned, I can't even read my own writing here, that words are used to get what you want, and to many people they don't seem to have any value. There are many less intrusive and more appropriate uses for that land under its current zoning. Why would a developer buy a property which requires changing the city's general plan and changing the zoning just to build highly profitable, high-density housing? Could be that. That could be the reason. If you like that kind of thing, there are places to do it without destroying our quality of life. Here are some of the alternatives. Misplaced them. No. I'm sorry. I had a bunch of alternatives here, and I thought some of them were really nice and probably would make some money. Okay, I would like Victor, if it's okay with everybody, Victor would like to read a letter that is from one of our team members. A lot of our people are missing, some are ill, some have had to are away, and he has a letter from Kitty Talley that he would like to read.
Victor Roy, one of the people of California, domiciled in Oceanside, all rights reserved. I'm an associate manager for the Golden State Manufactured Homeowners League. I'm presenting on behalf of Kathleen Talley, her speech, which was prepared for tonight for the City Council. She is with her family in Colorado and could not be here. and she lives in San Luis Rey Homes Senior Community, which is a resident-owned park where all the homeowners also own all the land under their homes. Good evening, City Council. Villa Astoria development is between San Luis Rey Homes Senior Community and Mission Avenue. As designed, the project requires a general plan amendment and a zone change to the portion west of Academy Road, and this portion is part of the core historic area, which was put in place in 1986. This fact has escaped discussion. In 1986, there were 3 separate resolutions adopting the development program and design guidelines for the Mission San Luis Rey historic area. Hopefully, all of you have read and understand this 38-page booklet. This was not a little undertaking, and a great deal of expense, time, and effort and thought went into it. It does not designate any of the core historic area for housing of any kind, and the historic plan also intentionally prevents high-density housing. No reasonable person would believe the core area was ever intended to be used as Villa Astoria has designed its 420 units. Over the years, the entire area around the Mission has become homes, schools, and a few retail businesses, but primarily homes. This last 35 acres of open area next to the Mission is needed for historic purposes such as a cultural center, Native American education, Archaeological Artifacts Foundation, Luiseño Tribal History Center, and powwow grounds, to name just a few. You, council members, and everyone connected with the city should want the Mission area to promote its centuries-old history as much as possible. High-density housing is not a calling card to bring tourism or history buffs to this site. All of you have it in your power to preserve this open area for historic purposes. The Roman Catholic Bishop of the Diocese of San Diego found it necessary to sell the 35-acre property in 2011 to pay for the legal costs regarding its pedophile cases. At the same time, the diocese entered into a 50-year lease for the 3 westerly acres with a plan for it to be deeded back to the diocese. Therefore, the undue political influence that has been exerted by the worldwide Roman Catholic Church should be evident to everyone. It is very difficult for senior citizens who are voting property owners and taxpayers and live adjacent to the proposed project to have their voices heard or to have their views understood. This project does not protect us and infringes on our lives. We call upon you to understand how detrimental this whole project is for seniors and our surrounding neighborhoods. Please do not allow it to be thrust upon us and stop it from going forward. It should be noted that the easterly portion of the project is zoned for single-family homes, and that portion of the Villa Astoria project could go forward. In the short 3 minutes allowed, I can only touch on the facts that are not being heard regarding this project. Thank you, Kathleen Talley. Please, this letter was submitted in copy to the city clerk, and a request is made to be made part of the minutes and permanent record. Thank you.
Mr. Lauer said something about people on limited incomes will be able to buy these homes. They're going to be over 300,000 to over 500,000 and will require 75 to 80,000 per year income. The low-income apartments will rent for $1,200 a month and require 48,000 a year. That's 4,000 a month. Am I being told to sit down now? I hope not.
You have 45 seconds.
45 seconds? Well, can I see you after or something? Because I have a few more things to say. You're not protecting us. We voted for you to protect us. Here, I want to read Mr. Lowry's words on his flyer here that says, at the bottom, it says, Oceanside residents take priority over regional, deep-pocketed developers. You've already made up your minds. How can you possibly, how can you say that? I know how you say that. You said it to get elected, and that's what Mayor Wood suggested when I told him that this wasn't working out, that we were going to end up with the consequences. All of you are going to go home. We're going to suffer the consequences. He said vote for someone else. Good advice. Unfortunately, how do you find people that keep their word? Except Esther. Thank you, Esther.
At this time, we're going to move to the public comment period, and just some guidelines as we're getting into that. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for your patience this evening and being here to vocalize your opinions. We know this is an item that has very poignant positions on both sides of the item, so I want to reemphasize that we do have a decorum policy here at the City Council, and we just want to treat others as we would like to be treated, and that decorum policy also applies to the council members themselves. So we'd ask that you to conduct as a respectful tone as you possibly can. In addition to that, you will be granted 2 minutes each to address the council. When your 2 minutes are up, please exit and let the next person move forward to address the council. I'd ask that if you wish to speak, that you start lining up at the podiums, and that will be how we will conduct all of the public hearing right now. So thank you very much.
Excuse me, I'll add one thing. Some of these people are going to be lining up or with canes and stuff. Might let them go first.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You can line up at both podiums.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Beatrice Nelson, and I'm going to read this. I'm going to try to read it real fast because I only have 2 minutes. I am Beatrice Nelson. I have lived in Oceanside since 1948, which is 67 years. My grandchildren are fifth-generation Californians. I sold my house on Clementine Street 18 years ago and bought into San Luis Rey Homes Incorporated. This is a statement and a protest against the Villa Astoria project. Its devastating consequences if our Oceanside City Council approves zoning changes and allows this development to proceed, thus jeopardizing the health, safety, security, and peaceful retirement years of the residents, of 500 approximately residents. Many ill or disabled, including veterans, and we're in the last years of our lives. I think we need a little bit of compassion here. We are a resident-owned senior is that 2 minutes already?
Oh, no, you have 1 minute left.
We allow no rentals nor leases. We own an undivided 320 acres of all the property, land, buildings, and so on. I'm going to have to skip some of this, but we have probably the lowest cost senior housing in the whole state of California, and we provide amenities of all kinds for our senior citizens. Among the amenities and intangible assets which I purchased when I bought here was the close proximity of almost everything an elderly person requires for self-maintenance. There's Scripps Clinic, my doctor, 3 large shopping centers, including a library, post office, restaurants, Lowe's, is all this within 5 minutes. I'm trying to hurry too much. Within a 5-minute drive, I can do everything Can I not even finish this?
You can finish your thought right there.
I can finish it?
Just real quickly, 10 seconds or so, if you could. Just.
Well, we have everything we need to support ourselves, and we are elderly disabled. I'm 92 years old, and within 5 to 8 minutes, I can get to every facility I need. They're proposing to direct us out of our main gate across the Z, which will end us up on the north side of 76 We'll have to have 4 or 5 stoplights to come back to get to where Academy Road now exits. And that could go on for 2 or 3 years. And Russ Cunningham told me that somebody would widen our back gate to allow 2 cars out. Look at it. It's a physical impossibility. You widen it and run into the house right behind us. And it dumps out on the 1-car lane. And all of our medical and fire equipment and everything is going to be so slow getting to us, you'll actually be
Thank you so
getting
much.
rid of us.
Thank you
I'm
so
sorry,
much.
I'm so emotional.
No, you-
But this has been so traumatic. It's just been terrible. And 5,000 cars on our street blocking us to get out in a reasonable time, or emergency vehicles coming into us. It's incomprehensible that you would... Okay, I'll quit.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Linda Walshaw. I'm the Vice President of Action representing manufactured home communities here in Oceanside. I'm also a board member and the Ombudsman for Oceanside Manufactured Homeowners Alliance. I've been approached by many of our residents in both San Luis Rey Homes and at Mission View Manor and Mission View West, which is adjacent to the Mission land on both sides. The plan that I have on the overhead is not Villa Astoria. That is the project that's planned for the other side of the Mission, which is called the Villa at Mission San Luis Rey. That is an assisted living facility of 348,000 square feet, and it's right up against Mission View Manor's fence line. The homeowners in both these manufactured home communities are concerned that both these development projects are right up against their fence lines. And what they fear is that this development is going to continue to encroach upon them until they lose their housing. And a study just came out in March from Stanford University that manufactured housing in California is disappearing at an alarming rate. And I can provide the council with that if you're interested in it, but it basically says we expect to lose another 5,000 spaces here in San Diego County this year. That's a huge amount of property, and these homeowners are afraid. They want help. They have questions about the affordable housing component of this. They have questions about the recycled water component. There was a news article that was posted in the Union Tribune about the relationship between recycled water and neurological diseases like Alzheimer's. We've asked questions about it. We haven't really gotten the information that we need in order to make an informed decision. So I'm here basically to ask that we get some more information and get some answers for our folks. Thank you.
Good evening, council members and mayor. I'm here because I believe in preservation of historical land. Both sides of my family, on my mother's mother and my father's mother's side, came to this country on the same ship in 1741. And this isn't my first time, talking to people about preservation or historical. When I was in my 60s, I've been here since I was 9 in California. I went back to Michigan, and I saw grave sites from the late 1700s, the 1800s, and also my great-grandfather had been on the land in Ohio since the 1800s, where I went to a family farm. And so in regards to the mission, it's been here over 200 years. The city of Carlsbad purchased acreage of Rancho de los Quitos, which had been Leo Carrillo's adobe home. It's preserved. It's in their plan. They have 40% open space and planned in perpetuity. So the historical value and what it means to know your history and to be able to go someplace and find that history. So sort of in the area, there's the Pioneer Cemetery, there's the Mission, there's the Ivy Ranch. So if we could keep that particular section on the westerly side for something, I'd like you to please table the vote in favor of more study to find a project in keeping with the historical use, a job creation project, community center, visitor center, small museum, and one that doesn't create a drain on the city. And I think visitors would come, would bring more revenue to the city, and the main reason is have something preserved that is really unique to the city of Oceanside and this North County. It'll never come back again if they build houses there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Could you please state your name for the record? Pardon me, could you please state your name for the record? The nice woman who just spoke, I'm so sorry.
I apologize.
Sorry about that.
Karen Hemingway, Bluebird of San Luis Rey Homes, Inc. It's not Mobile Home Estate. San Luis Rey Homes, Inc. owned land.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry.
Joan Brubaker, and I live 1606 Hackamore Road in Jeffers Ranch. I know that the proportion of houses to, let's say, houses that where the people are not working in Oceanside, last time I heard it was 2 to each one that is employed within the city of Oceanside or an Oceanside industry. I wonder if this so-called 300 and some houses are going to afford the jobs to go with them. The landfill, I hope, is going on the east side of Academy Road. It says it's going to be filled 5 feet. That's quite a good landfill. And the availability of public transportation at this particular site is pretty scanty right now. I see there's supposed to be 10 bus lines going by there. I've never seen one, but it could happen. And the width of Mission is going to certainly have to be increased along with the left turn and right turn lanes, I would have to assume. Gray water being conserving all this water that these new people are going to use. I doubt that those people want to drink very much gray water, believe me. So they're going to be drinking new water. Always keep that in mind. I wouldn't worry as much about their lawn as I would their bodies. And I believe that $16,000 in expense for each of these homes, that's not going to fall in line on that first year. Believe me, there's zero input then. So I think that just about sizes up most of what I have to say, but I think we're pretty well loaded with enough vacant houses right now. I think you need to watch what's going on and not build over your limit at the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Marva Bledsoe, Oceanside resident, Chair of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here this evening on behalf of the Oceanside Chamber, our Board of Directors, and our 659 members to speak in favor of this project. We unanimously support it, and we're not alone. As you've heard, your Planning Commission also acted to support it. Ms. Austin filed her appeal, and we saw the long list of reasons why she feels the project is inadequate, and I believe you have an excellent staff report that addresses all those issues. I would like to speak to 3 of them specifically. The first one is the fact that this project gives us 38 affordable housing units that we desperately need in our community. This is not a developer that's paying an in lieu fee and moving on. Second, the water participation with the funding into the Purple Pipe project is important to all of our community. The last issue I want to address is about our neighborhoods. We're a city of neighborhoods, and we don't ask any of them to support themselves as far as city services. $15,000 that this project will have as a shortfall is probably much less than many of our other communities and neighborhoods cost us. The projects that probably cost us the most in city services are our median income, our low income, and our senior projects. We should never look to them to have to support the city services they need, they deserve, they ought to be available to all our neighborhoods. This is a quality project. They have participated in all the reviews and all the requirements you've asked of them. It deserves your support. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lita Morales, and I'm a member of the Mission San Luis Rey Social Justice Ministry and STOP. I want to share with you why these homes are important for Oceanside. 20 years ago, my family lived in Cardiff. We live in a very mixed neighborhood, with rich and poor, white and Latino living together. Today, only the very rich can afford to live there. Now the same pattern is happening here in Oceanside. Families cannot afford to live here, either live in unhealthy conditions or move to Escondido and Riverside. Here is why this matters. The growing economy of Oceanside needs affordable housing to keep the workforce here in town. Our new hotels, bars, restaurants, and business all rely on workers to be successful. If the workers can no longer afford to live here, the economy will suffer. We are here as a ministry and as an organization to say to you, members of the council, that we have a housing emergency in Oceanside. The Villa Astoria project offers an immediate solution for 40 families. It will not solve the problem, but it's a start. Our families, our workers, are counting on you to approve this project. God bless you, and thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to break up the frame here a little bit. My name is Chuck Curry, Lockwood Commercial Realty. I have managed the Mission Douglas Plaza in Oceanside since 1977. I sent a letter to Russ Cunningham in June of 2015 supporting this project. I leased and sold a commercial property in Oceanside since 1989. I own properties in Oceanside. Built in the 1980s, the attractive Mission-themed center leased up quickly and included 3 large anchors, including Albertsons, Thrifty, and 84 Lumber, which later became Dixieline. Also leased to restaurants such as Coco's, which is now out of business at that location, and auto parts stores. By the way, the Dixieline Lumber is now a church. Tells you kind of where the area is headed. SR 76, the new expressway, saw the completion of the second phase between Fossat Road to Jeffrey's Ranch in 1999. That's when the problems in the area started. Traffic moved off the expressway, up onto the new expressway, and so did the retail traffic, and the stores in the area began to suffer. We have the police department in one of those stores, as all of you know, which is great, but tells you an indication where the area was headed. Due to the new alignment, Mission also ended in a T intersection at Furzy Road and doesn't start again all the way till Fallbrook. There was some poor planning on that. Villa Astoria presents an opportunity to bring back needed life to the area. It offers tailor-made housing project, and the principals of this organization have 150 years of experience in this organization. It's not their first project. This is not their first challenge. I understand people here don't like change, but I hate to tell them change is coming. $300,000 houses we need. They're affordable. We have a housing project in San Diego County where rents are going up 5 to 7% per year and values are going up 5 to 10%. People are not going to be able to afford to live here. Carlsbad, the housing projects, the new housing project can start in Carlsbad start at $800,000. They built new condos in the village area. They start at $1.1 million. We have some huge problems here. This is the kind of project that's going to help the area. But more importantly, it's going to help this area that's isolated. The people left, the traffic left, and I hate to tell people here, but we don't have a traffic problem on Mission Avenue, certainly not in front of the project I work on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Araceli Morales, and I am member of the Mission San Luis Rey Social Justice Ministry and STOP. We fully support the Villa Astoria project because it includes 40 homes for low-income families in our city. I want to describe what these homes will mean to families who qualify. Qualified affordable housing affects every other aspect of family life. Without affordable housing, our families often spend up to 80% of their income on rent. With what is left over, they have to buy food, insurance, car payments, water, electricity, and gas. This causes a domino effect that traps in poverty living month to month. Without affordable housing, families have to share homes with many families and kids living under one roof. Kids often struggle in school. In this condition, they are often left at home unsupervised while parents work long hours and are targets of gangs and drugs. We support this project because the 40 affordable homes will transform the lives of 40 real families. This is not charity. It is the key that will break the cycle of poverty. For these 40 families, I ask you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I am Trudy Strasbaugh. I lived at San Luis Rey Homes for more than 26 years. I've lived on both sides of the river for about 30 years. Anyway, what can I say to convince you that this project is no good for this area? They can move elsewhere. What about the housing that they're building along Mission Avenue between Airport Road and I can't remember the other street, for disabled people, single and low income housing? Why isn't someone talking about that? Anyway, your housing developers can make their money somewhere else, and this is for the Indian museums, and I'm so nervous I can't even say it. I haven't had much sleep in the last few days because of the heat. I do have some medical problems, which not important, but the thing is, I want to go home and live my life out as a homeowner, a voter, and a good citizen to help other people when I can. I don't know what else. I meant to say a lot of other things. I think this is very unfair of you to give only 2 minutes when we have to listen to Russ Cunningham and the developers for how many hours? It's a disgrace. I hope you all sleep well tonight. Good night.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Margarita, and I am working with the Social Justice Ministry at Mission San Luis Rey to support this project because of the affordable homes it includes. I grew up admiring and learning from my mom's unwavering work ethic. Watching her wake up at 5 in the morning to catch the bus to work and not returning until after sunset taught me that anyone willing to work hard could provide for their family. Sadly, that lesson has not held entirely true, as my experiences have shown me that too often hard work is just not enough. Despite my mom's years of hard work, the always increasing cost of housing in our community creates an ongoing challenge to make ends meet. The most recent rent increases have forced us to search for a new home after living there for over 15 years. Unfortunately, everything within our budget is in tired and rough neighborhoods. So we are left with one choice: to make it work. Instead of watching my mom slow it down and grow older, I have to watch her get older and work even harder. Instead of solely focusing on preparing for the LSAT and future-in-law, I have to step up and help provide for my family. I hear my mother sighing defeat at the dinner table. She is crushed that I have to postpone my ambitions to grad school to help with the finances. Today, you have the opportunity to directly help families in our community. Please trust that your support and vote in favor of affordable housing will alleviate the burden and stress of parents working hard to provide a decent and affordable home for their families. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sheila Cada, Greenway Road, Oceanside. You know, high-density homes, isn't that supposed to be where there's a lot of jobs? Oceanside has a really bad ratio of jobs to homes. And, you know, when they show all these pictures and they don't show any cars or anything in it, and they say 4 times that guest pass, that's going to be that people that live there. And in actuality, when you hit, those lots are only like 4,000 square feet, you're going to have, those cars, you see later on, I've lived places with this high density when they build places like that, and you have cars all over the place. After a while it's not good. It's terrible. We don't need high density here. We have tons of homes for sale in Oceanside that have 7,500 square foot lots to 10,000 places to park. They're not selling now. Since May 1st, I have been watching homes all around the Mission that are for sale. Only one house has sold. So tell me, we have 7.8% that are not selling, and isn't that kind of close to distress? These things this doesn't sound good to me. We need thousands of affordable homes. They're saying 40 mobile homes create a lot of affordable homes. They create hundreds, if not thousands. 40 of these homes, I own a home. Those people are going to go out and want to buy the new home, and I won't be able to sell my home. It's supply and demand. So is it going to make the value of my home go down? And they say these homes, from what I understand, the cost of these homes are going to be from $401,000 to $577,000. I mean, these are not this is expensive, but I'm saying that this is not it doesn't seem like a very good thing. Didn't they find a dinosaur or something there? Why don't we take that and put it in a museum and bring people here? That would bring a lot of people, make money that way. Take care of the people. Support mobile homes. That's affordable housing.
Thank you so much.
Either side.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Socorro Anderson, and I am a resident of Carlsbad. And I have been an affordable housing advocate for over 25 years. And living in Carlsbad, it's been a job. But I appreciate what the city of Oceanside, and thank you for allowing me to speak in behalf of the families of Oceanside. My commitments to staff for their presentation, excellent, and for the applicant in meeting the affordable housing crises. No one is going to be happy with what happens in developments. No one is going to be happy in what happens when you're trying to build affordable housing. Change is very difficult for a lot of people. Cities, the state of California has a housing crisis, and I commend you for this project. It's an excellent project, and solutions to the housing affordability crisis require political courage, and this is one of the projects that stands on its merits. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Abigail Ward, and I live in San Luis Rey Homes. And I would just like to ask the Villa Astoria, what do you consider affordable housing? Do you consider that one military man could buy one of those homes or rent one of those homes on his pay? That's what I would consider affordable housing. Answer me that question. Can our military live in those homes?
Thank you so much.
My name is Buddy Brown. I live off of Douglas. Couple questions for you. Actually, I have a lot of questions, but I'll just limit them. There is a bus stop off of that mission. Are you guys planning to move that bus stop? And what about the people who currently take that bus stop? Also, yeah, affordable housing. Everybody's talking about affordable housing. What are we going to do? Yeah, I see these signs up here. What are we going to do to protect that being affordable housing and somebody taking it and flipping it and spending, selling it for more? What are they, the townhomes that are affordable housing, and why is it by the street? Those are my questions I have. And I've been a resident of Oceanside for my whole life. Grew up. What are we going to do about the high schools? We're going to do the schools. We have 2 high schools here in Oceanside. 2. El Camino and Oceanside. Don't count the one in Vista off of further down. What are we going to do about that? Schools are impacted right now. Are we going to build another high school? I don't see anything in the plans. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Lee Bickford. I live at 1223 Pomani Court. I've lived in Oceanside since the 60s, virtually my whole life. I've seen a lot of change in our city, and many times when that change has happened, I've asked myself, what the heck were they thinking? But that usually falls away to finding out that it worked out for the better in the end. I think that we all come from our own worlds, and it takes a little bit of time and patience to see another perspective. I wanted to let you know where I'm coming from. I grew up here in Oceanside, and my wife grew up in Oceanside. We've raised 3 children here in Oceanside and at the mission. We are enjoying watching our grandchildren grow up here and at the mission. The mission is very much part of our home. We want a good neighborhood at our mission. We feel that this project next door will be a good fit for the mission. It will be better than a strip mall, better than a Costco, better than any hotels or motels. I can just give you my opinion. I feel that this is a good fit for what we're doing down there. And the other thing I wanted to say was that we have a good working relations with the developer that's come in. They've been very open to listening to not just our concerns, but all the neighbors' concerns. We've been to many meetings where all the other neighbors were present, and the developer has answered questions, made adjustments in the plan, and so I feel this is a good project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paulina Bledsoe. I live on San Luis Rey Mobile Homes. I have lived there over 10 years. It is a quite small and peaceful community. It has very little crime, even to this day. One of my biggest fears is crime. Thefts will be increased if the development is built. There will be 420 units, and there is at least 4 people in each unit. That is approximately 1,680 people, consisting of adults, teenagers, and middle-aged children that will easily infringe on our privacy and our person and our property and possessions. Mayor Woods, since you were a police officer in Oceanside for over 31 years, you have seen a lot of changes with crime in the city. What will the change of population? The city does not have enough officers for the amount of population. So if there's going to be 3,000 more houses built, there's going to be, anyway, we're going to need at least 36 more police officers and also 36 more firemen. And our park is like a sitting duck, since we would be in development's backyard, and it would be very tempting to do harm to us elderly people. We are gated, but you and I know that is not a real deterrent. And then if you had your parents or live in what would you do? Would you allow your parents to live in our park? Would you allow it? Please vote no on the Villa Astoria development. Thank you.
Thank you. And other members of the public, if you could, if you'd like to speak, please line up at the podiums. Go ahead.
My name is David Gaw, and I am the Executive Director of Old Mission San Luis Rey, and I am also the pastor of Mission San Luis Rey Parish, two separate legal entities, one owned by the Franciscan Friars and one owned by the Diocese of San Diego. And I just need to say up front that I'm rather uncomfortable being here tonight, because by nature I try to take people of different persuasions and bring some sort of reconciliation or some sort of harmony. I never wade into political debates. It's just not productive. No, let me just talk about it. But like I said, Villa Astoria is going to be our neighbor at Mission San Luis Rey Parish particularly, and so we support the mission and the parish both support this project. We've had long conversations at our parish council and also with the board of directors of the mission, and the bottom line is that this is okay for us. You know, this is Southern California. As many people have said, housing is needed. Many people in our parish are on fixed incomes or lower incomes. Affordable housing is necessary. We have found it easy to work with the developer. We had some concerns about certain things. They've worked very well with us. And so publicly, I'm supporting it. And so is the mission and the parish are both supporting it. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Victor Roy, Rancho San Luis Rey, a senior community within a half a mile of the great San Luis Rey mission. I'm a member of Action, the Alliance of Citizens to Improve Oceanside Neighborhoods. I'm a board member of the Friends of Oceanside Parks and Rec, and I'm working to improve the quality of life for all the people in the city of Oceanside, wherever you live. One of our treasured assets is the mission. If I were an elected council member and seated on your council, I would be voting no tonight on Villa Astoria project, and here's why. I am a native Californian. I am a history buff with emphasis on California history, and I'm an historical preservationist. Pardon me. All the remaining open space around and near the mission should be preserved for all of the people and posterity. Our most important historical treasure in Oceanside is the Mission San Luis Rey, and all the open space land around it was established in 1798 and is called the King of the Missions because it is the largest of the 21 missions in California. The history of San Luis Rey reflects the 5 periods of occupation: the Luiseño Native Americans, the Spanish mission, Mexican secularization, American military, and 20th century restoration. Little by little, through the years, the builders and developers have grabbed tracts of land in our valley and built mostly housing, creeping ever closer to the mission. Most of the builders and developers do not live here, and they do not really care about us, about Oceanside, about our culture and history, about our way of life, and in this case now, about our Mission San Luis Rey. All they see is where they can build next and fill their pockets with dreamed-of fortunes. I had no idea until just 2 months ago about this whole project. If you vote yes, then once that land has been developed with high-density housing, all of that 35-acre open space will be gone forever. Please do the right thing and vote no on this project. If you vote no, then I pledge, as one of the people, to go out into the wide world and try to round up other historical preservationists who will be willing to buy the land from the Gabrich family, the current owners of that land, in order to keep it as open space in the historical overlay zoning in perpetuity. Let me remind you, as an investor, if you vote no, then the project dies and the money that was invested by the land speculators would become dead money. What does that mean? That means they will most likely want to sell the land to someone else in order to put their money to better use elsewhere.
Thank you.
Hi there. All right. Evening, Mayor, members of council. My name is Carlos Rodriguez. This is my first ever city council meeting. It's a great pleasure to be here, speaking to you guys, to the audience as well. I'm not here to speak a stance. I'm not here to say yes. I'm not here to say no. I don't know, I'm just so ecstatic to be part of this whole process, you know, just to be able to see both sides of the argument. You know, I see good things from you gentlemen and lady have had to present. I also see great things from what the audience has to present as well, from a lot of credibility from both sides, I would say, you know. And I'm just getting so a little nervous here, you know, it's just giving me the goosebumps here. But I just want to say that, you know, whichever way it goes, I know there's going to be some push is going to come to shove, whether you're either a senior citizen, live in the community, or one of you guys here and trying to propose this amendment or whatever it's called. But I would say, I don't know, just hope that all is well for everybody. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Good evening, Nadine Scott, Friends of Loma Alta Creek. Some of you have already abjugated your responsibility to listen to the people before you made your mind up. I find that reprehensible and unfair. Your job is to protect quality of life and the safety of existing residents. This is what happens in a mobile home park fire. This is a couple years ago. We've had several since. 27 firefighters, 2 ladder trucks, 5 engines. What does that mean to the people in the mobile home park if they have a fire or they have a medical emergency? There's no coverage for them. None. 8 years ago, you all commissioned the Citygate study that you have consistently ignored year after year after year after year. They said in 2007 there are not enough firefighters to handle 2 modest fires at a time. You are treating the San Luis Rey mobile home park owners less than you treat a dog. You are so rude and not considering them human beings. I've been down there. It's a fire trap. You're going to have over 5,000 cars a day on Academy, still remaining a 2-lane road. You say that they can come down for Z. A ladder truck's not going to make a right turn into that mobile home park. The loss of life will be great. I hope you can all live with it. Citygate also said we needed, in 2007, 2 more fire stations. They are now doing 20,000 calls a year. They are stretched to the limit, and yet you insist on putting this high-density, heavy traffic into an area that does not respect our seniors. 3 of you up there made promises to protect our seniors and our mobile home parks. You are going back on your word, and it cannot be more disappointing. The most serious issue also is loss and turnover of young firefighters. We train them, we pay all the money for them, they are leaving in droves to go elsewhere. So we do not have a stable fire force. You saw the other lady put her document up. We are severely understaffed, and yet you want to endanger these people's lives. There is no way you can get in the back gate with a big ladder truck. There is no way you're going to get on Academy Road during construction. These people have not been promised permanent access. They're promised a flag man and a dirt road. Villa Astoria comes with all their pretty pictures. They have made no accommodation for that mobile home park. None.
There is going to be no way for public safety to get in and out of Academy Road, which is the most common sense way to get into that really tight mobile home park. 2007, if typical suburban housing densities are approved in the northeast part of the city, a 12th fire station is required. We only have 8, and you're no longer approving typical suburban homes. You're approving massive, high density where they have absolutely no right to build it in the first place. You have got to say no to this. You've got to protect your seniors. You've got to protect this mobile home park. Serious loss of life. Do you know mobile home parks have double the mortality from fire than any other type of residential? You're going to leave them with no fire protection, and you should be ashamed.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
If anyone else wishes to speak, please line up at the podiums.
Hi, I'm Mike Davenport. I live in San Luis Rey Homes. I know, well, one thing, what you listen to is the collective wisdom of the people, and you should listen to it. It usually leads you in the right direction. This traffic that's going to come out of Frazee, one thing about our age is we've seen things before, and I lived in a place like this where we had a little road between two, Frazee's 45 mile an hour, and so is Mission, and Frazee was meant to be a 4-lane all the way to Mission, but horse designed by committee. So what's going to happen, because I live just on a small road like that, is when everybody wants to go to work, they're going to be backed up on Old Grove and Frazee, and they're going to drive down through this new subdivision. And the one thing people don't realize is what they did to me was they were doing 45 miles an hour down that road too, because they were late for work. And when you're going to see it is when people in all those homes, hundreds and thousands of homes, go to work. That road is going to be full of cars, backed up all the way to our front gate and Mission. And I've spent a lot of time going around this town, like that bus that stops in front of this new division. It's bus 309. It goes to Encinitas. There's a lot of things that look pretty, but they're not once you get past pretty. Bye.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll move to the applicant rebuttal. They have 8 minutes remaining. The appellant used their 20 minutes. The appellant does not have any time left for rebuttal.
Thank you. There was a lot of public comment. We have all of our experts here, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if I have questions. I asked the staff to take notes and answer some questions. Maybe you'll assist them if they have some of the questions that you might answer.
Certainly.
Thank you, Ed. To respond to any questions that do you have notes on it? I guess
we should probably do that during the council discussion instead of during the applicant's rebuttal time.
Fine. The other thing I was going to ask is the question would be fire and police if they see the impact on safety as a big issue on this project. Chiefs, do you want to respond?
This won't count against your time.
Okay. I do have a slide, too, that we can share. I don't know if you want.
Yeah, I believe they should finish their rebuttal before going to questions to staff.
So in response to questions about response times of safety, our professionals at DUDEC studied the response times from fire stations 5, 6, and 7, which are the stations that service San Luis Rey Homes and will service the future project. As you can see from these graphics, the response times are improved with the opening of Frazee for fire stations 5 and 6. And as Russ mentioned in his presentation, Fire Station 7 accesses San Luis Rey Homes and the future project via Mission Avenue. And so the response time for both of those, for Fire Station 7, will be the same.
It's your time. Are you finished?
We also
We have
have,
to close the public input before we get back to staff.
yeah, we're finished at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and close the public input and go back to council or staff. And some notes were taken, Ms. Sandy Manners, and do you have anybody want to address those?
Honorable Mayor, council members, yes, I believe Russ is going to address those questions.
Honorable Mayor, council members, with respect to questions regarding traffic in particular, as I said in my presentation, I'll defer to primarily the applicant's traffic consultant. We also have city transportation staff available. I would like to comment just on the specifics of the land use designations and zoning that are proposed for the site and what that means in terms of housing density. So there's been a fair amount of discussion about high-density housing. There would be high-density housing as it's defined by the City of Oceanside's zoning standards in Planning Area 2, which is at the southeast corner of the project site. And that area would accommodate under this proposal 89 units, 38 of which would be inclusionary. The other 51 would be market rate condominiums. The other components of the project would bear medium density designations, and the densities associated with those land use designations are on the lower end, as directed by this council a year ago. So, for example, in Planning Area 1, you have a traditional single-family detached housing product, 59 units there. Planning Area 3 is also a detached single-family home in a slightly different configuration. So much of the housing is detached single-family. Other components are attached, but within the medium density range. And then, as I said, within Planning Area 2 and Planning Area 2 only, with the designation the high-density residential. And I'll leave my comments at that and be prepared to respond to specific questions that the council members have for us.
I didn't get an answer. Who's answering the questions that were taken?
Russ, are you or the applicant responding to the list of questions?
We can be prepared to answer some more questions. We have some professionals here. We're prepared to speak to the jobs to housing questions that were brought up by the public, and we can
I
have
also
them.
want to know information about public safety, police and fire response times, and that's news to me. That's, as I'm quoted, we're endangering all the seniors out there. I didn't see that. This has been in front of the police and fire before it was approved, so I want a response for that.
We've met with the police and fire departments as part of the review of the project. They also are part of the review of the environmental impact report. And at this point, they've deemed that they can service the project. I'm happy to take their feedback as well.
Perhaps, Mayor Wood, what we could do is move forward with a council discussion and then have the council members bring up their questions individually. I believe at this time, Deputy Mayor Lowry is first.
That's fine. The chiefs, police and fire, I hate to impose on you in this round. It's pretty well divided, so if you can respond, I guess, mainly to the main question is public safety. I'm getting comments that we're abandoning all these seniors out there and police and fire won't get there. Is that an issue for the police and fire? I know you'd like to have more firemen and more policemen, I understand that, but maybe you can answer the question.
Mayor, I do have direct questions for public
Well, I'm
safety.
asking one right now.
Yeah. Perhaps we could have Chief Hebert come forward. That would be great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Darrell Hebert, Fire Chief. What kind of questions would you like me to answer?
Well, you were here too, you heard all the questions. I guess I'm concerned about public safety. I don't believe there was any, because in order to get this project to this point, police and fire have signed off on it.
Yeah, we certainly, we met with the applicant and we talked about certain types of setbacks, density, the height of the buildings, the street widths, and we did have a discussion about response times. The problem that the fire department has, not just with this development, but with adding additional residents, is it does reduce our response times, or it increases our response times. And how that works is, you heard somebody mention the firefighter per 1,000. Our population is supposed to be at 174,000. I'm not sure I really believe that, because we just, the amount of calls that we run like a city that has a population of maybe over 200,000. We're running 20,000 calls a year. We have 8 stations. Our units are very busy, and we have an average response time that's over 6 minutes, which isn't great. It's okay. But every time we add 1,000 residents to an area like this, which is our busiest area, in that area, it does require other stations to service that area when our first call goes out. For example, if a call takes place in the Villa Storia location, we certainly can get there quick with the opening of Frizzy. We appreciate the applicant doing that for us. It does help our response times to that area. But if a second call goes down, another neighboring fire station has to service that. If that happens 3 or 4 times, which it does, probably over 70 to 80% of the time in our city, it increases the distance of travel for our units, which hurts our response times. So in regards to our response times, yes, the first in station is a few seconds quicker, there's no doubt about that, but it's those second types of calls that hurt us with response times. The bottom line is that, yes, we do need more fire stations, and we do need, you saw the Citygate study, you saw the Tri-Data study, all of it has said that. But as far as them meeting our requirements with building, street width, they've been very cooperative with us.
We had a comment saying that, well, fire truck couldn't get through there.
The front gate for us is not a problem. The back gate, certainly, we did talk to the applicant about improving the back gate for us. It is one car, somebody mentioned it only gets one car in. It's a very antiquated gate that rises up, and there's been times where me personally, in my 27 years of service, have had to sit and wait for the gate because it's either malfunctioned or there's been problems. So the front gate entrance, I've never heard of any problems with that. Our fire engines fit through that, and so do our ambulances.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Maybe later questions, I'll call you up again. Chief? Again, I know response time, officers needed, firemen needed, I understand that, but for a response time to that neighborhood with this Villa Storia, you went through it, staff had already dealt with the police department and the fire department. Your comments on it? We need more men, but a response to that area?
Honorable Mayor, council members, actually, I'm not here to say that we need more firemen. I'll let fire chief do that one. However, and I'll echo some of the same comments as our fire chief. Basically, we only have a certain amount of police officers. Every time that we increase staff, whether it's this project or any project in the city, especially high density, usually generates more calls for service for us. Obviously, with the increased population, as a council, I'll be coming to you asking for more staff. The nationwide average for police officers per 1,000 for police officers for population is 2 per 1,000, which we're just over about 1.2. So as we increase population, you folks, as the leaders of our city, have to ensure that public safety is being looked after and I'll be coming back to you asking for more officers.
Thank you, Chief. Other than that, council members, I got to...
Question, what about the 8 to 10 months when they have Academy Road 100% closed?
Well, ma'am, we're asking a question to see if staff will answer that. Anyhow.
Is the public hearing closed? The public hearing is closed, and now let's go to council discussion.
And with that, council will go back to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Wood. So I'm very concerned about the safety issues here, and I realize that this project won't be done for anywhere from 4 to 5 years. So I would hope that the fire department and the police department would ask us to fund more personnel in time for this project to be in operation. Then we can put it in the budget if we're given enough notice, and we can provide what we need to have for the safety of the residents in the new community and in the existing community. So I'm very concerned about that, and I hope that we're able to address that with the help of the police and fire departments so that we'll be advised of what their needs are. I want to move approval of the staff recommendation right now.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Motion and second. Okay. Mr. Feller, do you have comments or questions?
Yes, I do. Is Academy Road a public street?
Yes, sir.
And it will be the only public street except the new addition of Frazee?
Yes.
I made a couple of comments about notes about the building industry. Representative earlier said that more housing brings the price of housing down, and I mean that's just a natural thing. That's what happens when you compete. If there's, I was in that shopping center that was represented here earlier with my restaurant, and more restaurants show up. I got to compete by lowering prices or making deals, and that's just how that actually works. We're building 288 affordable homes over on Mission that are for seniors, affordable, all types there. And, that's funded with fancy funding mechanisms. This is done with none of our money. So I think this is a pretty substantial, I think this is important that, 38 units are going to be built affordable, that isn't going to cost the city any money, and it's better than anything we've had in 15 years I've been here. So requirements that was brought up, those numbers will not be even close to being met in the next 5 years. So I just don't see that ever happening. Businesses, as the gentleman said, in all those centers, Lowe's, the Mission Douglas, they're all going to increase, and they'll be, thriving centers again. I went through the time when they started threatening to build 76, and my Porta-Subs was about where the chief McCoy parks his car right now in that shopping center. We had to move over to the Albertson Center, and and some of those places you feel like you're almost, as a small restaurant, the main draw. What about Fire Station 8? Fire Station 8 is supposed to be on Old Grove, is that correct? Right on the corner of Old Grove and Rocky Point, or one of those streets up there?
Yeah, the new land that we got with the FedEx deal is actually Oak Grove and College, right next to the Federal Credit Union, right in that corner.
So that's probably your closest fire station.
No, I still believe it'd be Station 5, especially with the opening of Frazee, or Station 6 is still the closest to that location.
I think if you measure it, you'll find something different, so. My question about road improvements on Mission has been answered. The traffic signal is going to make a difference. There was a question about the bus stop by Mr. Brown. Where is that in relation to where it is now?
Councilmember Feller, NCTD has a preference for a bus stop at the southwest corner of the project site. That's where they have asked the shelter to be implemented. That would be adjacent to the public access park. As to whether that would result in the removal of any existing bus stop, I can't speak to that, but the new bus shelter would be located at that location.
That's probably pretty close to where the bus stop is right now. That's on that road, although there's further up, there's a stop further east. Somebody asked a question about the water. We don't drink recycled water. Recycled water is just strictly for the ground, for irrigation.
That's correct.
Okay, and so we have they in the presentation we talked about the water being a zero sum game there. I think that was, here comes the water man.
Honorable Mayor and council members, so I can speak to the zero net water. So what we have is, and it's not currently in our stage 2 drought regulations, but there is a opportunity to offset the meter demands for this project, and by doing so, what they do is we take an existing project for our recycled water program and determine what the costs are to put water on the ground. So we have a project that just completed, which is the recycled water phase 1 project. It takes about 169 acre feet per year of water, potable water that's being used on irrigation, for irrigation purposes. We calculate what that ratio is in relationship to what the demand is on the project, which is 110 acre feet, and we come up with an offset for that. So in reality, when we get the recycled water on the ground for the projects that they have offset with their buy-in or their offset fee, then that water is then available for their project, so it's a net zero.
I thought that's what I had heard earlier, so thank you. I think this would have been a more intense use if there had been a high school there. You know, just according to, I'm very familiar with high schools, and you can't go there at any time when their lights aren't on or their horns aren't playing, and just ask the Oceana community across from El Camino. I think the way the project is set up, it is set up to improve the entire area. I think it completes that area, and it has made I think it's going to make a difference. It may be uncomfortable, just like any kind of building project is. It takes patience to get through it, and once you're through it, it's kind of like Lee Bickford said, yeah, well, that wasn't so bad. And I hope that's the way this is. I did want to make one comment. The young fellow that spoke about just, you could see both sides of this, maybe he ought to be the priest. Anyway, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. I just, couple comments. This is a quality project. This is something that I wish all the projects in the city of Oceanside can come in and do what they have done. Some of the appropriate responses by the chiefs is that, yeah, we are a growing community. You know, not only this facility or this building here, there's a lot going on Old Grove and College. There's a big development there. There's a development at the top of Mesa Drive. And so, you know, the appropriate time is during the budget cycles to talk about what our future needs are for staffing for both police and fire and public works and all of those things as we grow as a community, that we're going to have to prioritize where our spending goes and what's needed. And that's during the budget cycle. But this project, you know, the idea that this has that severe impact, it does not. Cumulatively, with all these projects, there is an impact that we're going to have to address. We're going to have to, in the next 5 years, we're going to have to add more staff throughout the departments, you know, police, fire, and other staff that needs to service the city. It's just the numbers game. As we get more number of people, we need more staff to supply the services. Because I keep telling people, the cities are in the service delivery business. That's what we do. We deliver services to people. Now, we don't cost it out per house, or we cost it out per neighborhood. We provide services to the whole city. Because there are some people that their houses don't pay their way. I have a house that I've owned since 1980. My property taxes are less than $2,000 a year on that one house. That is, you know, I do not pay for the services that house actually demands. But we have a lot of people in our community that do that. But we do actually provide services to that. So the idea that they're not going to, I'm sure fire's not going to look up and say, wait a second, they don't pay the property tax, we're not going. I'm sure they're going to show up. So the idea that that's going to happen. And they do, we are improving streets. You know, the benefit, you know, the public benefit of this going in that you can't cost out is supplying 380 families a place to live. You know, the idea you can't sit there, well, it's going to cost this much in services, but think about the 380 families that now have a place in Oceanside. Of those, you know, that 10% affordability, you know, which is very difficult to find. So the other question that I had, and I'd like to respond, was Mr. Brown's thing regarding the school. Actually, if you follow along, the enrollment in Oceanside Unified is declining. That's the reason that they're converting Jefferson to a charter school, because of the declining enrollment. And part of that is because there's no affordable housing. You know, the families are moving out of the area to more affordable places up in southern Riverside County or the Inland Empire. So our actual population for high school age kids is dropping. So this would be a benefit to the schools if we can get students, school age children in that area to go to those schools. So I think it's a great project. I appreciate everybody coming out. I understand the emotion of this. It is something that's different. I think I'm going to probably defer to Mr. Bigford, who he and I were the original parents at the old Mission Montessori School way back when. And so we are a little bit emotionally invested in that area, but we understand that things change and times change. I was actually on the original Historic Preservation Commission when we commissioned the survey of the city and brought these items forward to the council back in the 80s. So I understand what's going on historically. I understand what that mission district meant. The idea that obviously the mission is a very important asset not only to us but to all the residents of the state of California. And I'm sure we will preserve that, and I think Father God's been a great steward of that, they have a lot of challenges on their hands with a building that's 200 and some odd years old. I understand, so hopefully that, things will move on and move forward. So with that, I'm going to fully support this, and I think the other council members, it looks like they're going to support it too, and I think it's a great project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple of questions first. And actually, the Jefferson Middle lost kids because Camp Hilton took those kids out of the district. It's not really due to declining enrollments. So let me ask the questions. One of the things that was said during the presentation by staff was that 600 residential units were built recently, and but it doesn't take into account how many units we've approved but were not built due to the economy and lack of bank financing. Do you have those numbers? How many do we approve? And it's probably still in the pipeline.
I'll defer to our city planner on this question, who's done some research on that and I think has an answer for you.
Mayor and council members, I'm not sure how the banking influenced it, but we do have a spreadsheet that we tally projects that are in the pipeline, is what we call it, and this was as of April of this year, and there were 326 units that are being discussed. No formal application has been received. There were 411 units actually under construction, and then there was approximately 2,100 units that are under review, in other words, going through the process.
I'm talking about ones that have been approved by the council, not going through the process now. That requested extensions because of the economic downturn.
I don't have that numbers. I don't have those numbers before.
Well, I know we approved a whole lot of projects, and then the problems happened during the economic downturn. There was just no financing for these projects. Okay, and with respect to the net zero, it doesn't mean that no water is going to be used. We're in a drought. Even recycled water, which needs to be treated and then put through the ground, mixed up with our groundwater, and then taken out, and then treated again, and then transporting it out. Those are all costs, right? I mean, somebody's got to pay those costs.
Honorable Mayor and council members, the offset is for Title 22 recycled water that is used for irrigation. So it strictly goes out of the wastewater treatment plant into the new pipe that the project we just completed, which is the pipeline conversion, and will be distributed then to the customers that we've identified. So it's the lowest of treatment that we have, so it's very cost effective, but it is a true offset to the potable demand.
Okay, so apparently some people thought when you said net zero, so this project's going to somehow be sustainable, self-sustainable in terms of its water, need for water. That's not really what you're talking about. You're talking about just the landscaping part, right?
No, it is. So what happened right now, the existing customers use 169 acre-feet per year of water. Once the recycled water project is complete, which will be done here in the next probably 3 to 4 months, so well ahead of their construction schedule, we will then offset and will no longer need a 169 acre-foot of water that we're currently using potable water. So it in essence is available for their project, and so that's where you
for how long?
For eternity. Yeah. So that's per year. Once we put them on recycled water, the intent is for them to stay on recycled water.
Recycled water for landscaping.
Correct.
Okay, but what about water, drinking water, the fees for the sewer? I mean, all of those things, those are costs. So this is not a net zero project in terms of water, period. This is just in terms of landscaping, right?
No, it's a true net zero with respect to water supply. So if they weren't...
Including drinking water.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, because it's a one-to-one. So every acre foot of water, of potable water, drinking water, if you will, that is no longer used for irrigation becomes then available for appropriate use in consumption. So the project that we're doing with recycled water will offset 169 acre feet. Their project is coming online, their demands are 110 acre feet per year, and so it's less than what the actual recycled water will offset. So it is a net
Well,
zero.
it kind of doesn't make sense because what was it that Goat Hill needed something like $75,000 a year's worth of water, and so when you say $600,000 that's the fee is eternity, that means 50, 75, 100 years.
The offset fee is actually paying for the project that was to construct the pipeline to get to the two customers. So that's where the offset is. So it's our
So it's just the infrastructure cost.
Just our infrastructure costs. Now, keep in mind that when their project, the developer's project, comes online and they start building the units, they are still required to pay the standard water and wastewater buy-in fees. So this water offset was in addition to that and truly is a goodwill gesture for the project.
So the residents will still have to pay, they are still going to be they're going to be demanding water within the water that is available to ratepayers.
The water available to them is no different than the water available to every customer we have in the city.
So you're saying that the treatment of this water is included in these costs? I thought you said that this was the maintenance, that this was the infrastructure, $600,000 is the infrastructure.
Correct.
But the water still has to be treated, right?
The water is treated, correct. It's currently treated today. So that cost is already incurred.
So the $600,000 includes the infrastructure and treatment?
Well, the treatment's already there. The infrastructure was not in place. So their offset paid for the infrastructure to be put in place. Now we can distribute that water to the customers, the recycled water.
It just doesn't make sense. $600,000 for, 420 homes? It just doesn't make sense. But thank you very much for responding. I think I'll be asking you some more questions about that. It's just kind of unbelievable. So what is before us is a request to change zoning and to amend our general plan, which should not be done, should never be done unless it is in the best interest of the city. And the request is to increase the number and density of residential units from 87 homes to 420 homes. You know what? I love this city. It's the city that I was born and raised in. And I've had an interest in housing issues for many years. My Bachelor of Arts degree from Brown was in urban studies. I also took graduate classes in urban planning. I worked in the community development office of Providence during my college. I've served 15 years as a city council member. I've attended several conferences and seminars on urban planning, livable, sustainable cities. And I've been an attorney for 29 years. My family have deep roots in this community. My dad came in the 30s. He lived here for 80 years until he passed away this past year. I have great nephews who are young, so we have 5 generations of family members in Oceanside, and I believe that they are representative of our residents. I'm talking about little kids, older kids, and seniors. They represent working families as well. And so, of course, I am extremely mindful of the need for economic sustainability of our community. Whatever we do every single one of these decisions need to be mindful of being what's best for the city, say in 50 years. Did we do the best, make the best decisions? With respect to this project especially, I've spent a lot of time studying it as soon as the reports were made available, and that was just before the Planning Commission hearing. In fact, I had to ask for reports even after the Planning Commission because they were not made available to the planning commissioners. That included the financial analysis that was done by the developer himself, as well as the agreement on water. I know that one of our residents called me and said that there was this financial analysis that staff would not provide to her, so I asked for it and then I got it. I was extremely surprised that this project was going to cost the city $205,000 a year. That's to our taxpayers, $205,000 a year. So that means this is not, this is going to be reducing all of our services to all of our residents, not just to this community, not just to these 420 units, but all throughout our city. Our level of services are going to go down. I did get a chance to meet with the developer and, try to talk about open space, a square with some shops, especially a little grocery mart for those, especially the seniors that live in Santa Fe Homes, Inc. And they just said, no, we're not interested in doing any commercial at all. I suggested like a park and, something that would be central in the area, and they came up with, as you see, a split kind of down the, swimming pool and clubhouse on one side of the street, and then a park on the other side of the street, and no parking. I asked, where's the parking? Well, no, there's no parking. So somehow or other, you have to walk to this area. I happened to ask a couple of commissioners about the developer's own financial analysis of the project, because I was curious, why did they vote for this project? And they actually told me that they were not aware of this financial analysis, that if they had, they would have voted against. So I'm a little concerned that even our planning commissioners didn't have all the reports. It also makes me wonder if the rest of the planning commissioners would have voted for this project if they knew that the impacts to the general fund and to public safety in particular were $200,000 a year forever. And that's starting. That's starting at $200,000. In 4 or 5 years, it's probably going to be more like $250,000, right? $250,000 to provide these services, just these basic services to this area. With respect to affordable housing, yeah, the city of Oceanside, as other cities in California, does have certain required affordable housing goals. And as required, we as a city submit our housing element every 8 years. And sometimes we update it before the 8 years, but every 8 years, and it's been, I don't remember when it began, but it's been probably more than 2 or 3 decades. We've had this requirement. So our housing element does outline how we will be able to achieve those affordable housing goals. You heard what those goals are. This project is not included in that plan. Now, much is being made about the on-site affordable housing units, which will not apparently be of the same caliber as units to be built, but will probably be a couple of apartment buildings next to the expressway. This council actually has made it more difficult to be able to achieve our affordable housing goals because it voted to reduce the in-lieu fees from $10,500 a unit, $10,400, $10,500 a unit, to about $1,000 a unit at the request of the developers. And as well, and also this council's decision made a decision to not return $7 million housing funds from the forced sale of the Laguna Vista leasehold to the housing department. Now that $7 million would have been able to help to build more affordable housing or convert an existing building to affordable units. So it sounds like the developer is giving us like a favor to build on-site affordable housing. But when I spoke to Marjorie Pierce, it was a requirement. It had to be on-site. It is basically our law. And this handful of affordable housing units could actually be provided by other projects. Now, impacts to public safety. I do have some questions for Chief Hebert. Chief, I've had a chance to talk with you several times about your concerns about this project, and that you've had concerns about this project since the beginning. Have you had a chance to review the developer's financial analysis regarding their estimate of $400,000 a year hit to the public safety just to start?
No, I haven't heard of that.
Okay. Well, I'm holding in my hand a copy of the developer's financial analysis that was done by the London Group, and it basically says that the annual recurring expenses, that is every year, to public safety, it's $400,000. Do you have a plan for making this up?
I don't have any, I'm not aware of that number, so no, I don't have any type of plan. I certainly, after the comments that I heard from Deputy Mayor Lowry regarding budget year, I certainly have formulating a plan in my mind about asking for more positions.
Are you aware of any funds that we do have available to, $400,000?
No.
Okay. I wasn't either, so that question. It's like I've been told by our staff that we don't have $400,000 to give. We don't even have $100,000 to give. So then that's on an annual recurring basis. How will this impact the fire department response times? And I think you mentioned that, well, you might be able to get there within a specific time period, but it's after that, and this is something that occurs often, after that is when you will see longer response times. Is that correct?
Just with the increase in residents to the city is, of course, when you have more population, you're going to have more call volume, so that's how it will respond. Like I said earlier, the opening of Frazia is a benefit to us for response times. As far as, I was thinking about the Station 8 comment, and yeah, you're right, it probably the new Station 8, but that hasn't even been scheduled yet to be built or anything else. So.
Well, and that would cost $7 or $8 million to build?
Yes.
$7 or $8 million, which it's not included in this project?
No.
Okay. And if you were to build a new fire station, or say put another apparatus at a fire station to be able to respond to try to maintain our current level, just maintaining our current level of service, what would it mean to have another apparatus in terms of costs?
If I wanted to add another engine company, it would be about $1.3 million. And if I wanted to add another ambulance, it'd be roughly $850,000. And that's what I would recommend. When the population does increase, the level we're at today, that's what I would recommend, at least another engine company.
And I think you mentioned that you already have problems serving this area?
We don't have any problems serving the area. It's just the busiest. It's our busiest response area, is that whole area, because of the age of the population and the density of homes in that area.
Yeah, I believe I heard that there have already been 60 calls to just the San Luis Homes, Inc. up to now?
Yeah, I think that some people say we're going there once a day. We're not going there once a day. It's maybe 3 times a week at most. It
Right.
wasn't as busy as some people thought.
Okay, and how will the problems, how will this be affected by the, or multiplied with the higher density projects downtown, the mid-level buildings?
Well, that's off in the future, and we have been talking about that in the planning meetings, and I have been informing both Deputy City Manager Peter Weiss and City Manager Michelle Lawrence regarding that. That will affect it. Currently downtown, we have one fire station with 5 people in it and without a truck in the downtown area, so that's certainly an area we're going to have to address because there is density coming to the downtown. We all know that.
Right. So in terms of any plans that you may have for maintaining the levels of service, current levels of service, what would your plan be? If we don't have the money, which at this point we don't, how would you make up the $400,000?
I believe that would be up to the council to figure that one out.
Okay. Thank you very much. I do have some questions for the chief.
Would you like me to clarify some of the fiscal numbers? Nathan Mayer with the London Group Realty Advisors.
You mean this financial analysis?
Yes.
You have some changes to this?
No, I can further explain it because you're misquoting some of the numbers. It's not $400,000 that needs to be made up.
That's the impact.
That's the impact, but you have to consider all the revenues that's being generated from the project.
Right, I understand that. That's why I said it's $200,000.
Well, you have to take the proportional. It's more like probably about $80,000 that, if you want to talk about being made up, that would have to be. It's not full.
Annual recurring deficit is $200,000, right?
188.
Well, it actually increases in cost, right? I mean, services increase in costs every year.
Yeah, but we could get into cost averaging and stuff too. I mean, Villa Astoria project costs on a resident basis annually $338 a household, where you have neighboring communities that are older.
I understand your report. I do understand your report,
okay.
And I thank you. Maybe
Sure.
somebody else will ask you, but you can have a seat.
Okay.
I actually talked to my economic development person, and she really thought these numbers were really bad. So I was just giving you the benefit of the doubt.
Okay.
So let me talk to the chief. Thank you. Chief, you did indicate to me, and we did talk about this a couple of times as well, regarding the response times and that how they would be impacted by the increased density, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this time, we are experiencing a rise in crime. Is that correct?
We are.
Yeah, I saw your report, and I certainly have had a lot of calls regarding the homeless issues.
Yes, ma'am.
So, do you have a plan for maintaining the current levels of service?
Well, our plan is, we're going to respond to every call for service in the city. It's just a matter of how long it will take us to get there. We do prioritization with our calls to ensure that emergency calls are handled in an efficient, quick manner. Obviously, with a higher population, our calls for service will increase, and it could cause for delays for response.
And you did say that you would need two more officers for this 1,000, and it probably could be more than that number of people.
It is, as I indicated before, as we add population to our city, then I will be coming to council asking for more officers to service those, to keep up with the service levels.
Right, and so just a couple of officers, I don't know, I'm not even talking about another patrol unit, but just the 2 officers alone, that's $100,000 each, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Annual costs?
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
All right, thank you. And I did get a chance to speak with our economic development personnel, as I mentioned, who was also opposed to this project. She recommended rather than increasing the density with 333 extra homes, that there be a hotel and village-style shops to be built next to the mission in the diocese, which would be consistent with the required mission district style and architecture, and that would generate much-needed revenue and jobs. Unfortunately, this alternative was not studied by the by the EIR, which I believe is a big flaw in the analysis. Now, I wanted to ask Ms. Lawrence some questions. Our city manager, who's worked here for 25 years, not new to this game here. Ms. Lawrence, do you have a plan for maintaining our level of service if this were to be approved, especially at police and fire services?
Honorable Mayor, council members, it's a really difficult question. I mean, public safety takes up 61% of our general fund budget, and so we're going to have to prioritize. And I think it's expected anytime that we increase densities that we're going to have adverse impacts on services. It's just the reality. And neighborhoods, we don't make any money on neighborhoods. It's just the nature of the game. This neighborhood isn't any different than any other neighborhood.
Right.
But we're going to have to prioritize, and quite frankly, we probably need to take a look specifically at public safety. I know fire's working on a strategic plan, and I'm sure they're thinking about build out what their staffing should be. I know the police chief has had conversations as well, and we're going to have to look long and hard, particularly with all the other projects that are in the pipeline, and figure out how we're going to accommodate the demand. But there is a limited amount of money.
Right. So would it be fair to say that, first of all, let me ask you, will you be recommending that the budgets to police and fire be increased by the $400,000 that they're anticipating would be necessary to service this area?
I can't say at this time until we know what our revenue projections look like, because the more we spend on public safety, the less we have for everything else. And, we need to grapple with the question of, do we have fewer higher paid people or more people? So we'll have to figure that out.
Or cuts to other services like library, parks, and rec.
That has happened before. It has.
And that's just in order to keep up with our current levels of service. Got a yes?
Yes.
Oh, and
that's what we're going to have to grapple with through the budget process.
Right. And these costs that, have you had a chance to look at this financial analysis? I think I showed it to you.
Yes, I've seen it, yes.
Okay. These annual recurring deficit costs, which are, if you include the 42 affordable housing units, adds up to $205,000 a year. Do you see those costs rising? Do you see personnel costs rising in general?
Absolutely.
Okay. And that would be all right. With respect to the traffic, I appreciate the staff's including the information in the staff report. The EIR identifies potential for residents of the proposed new housing to experience noise levels in excess of city standards. So actually, the noise is going to be higher than the standards, but they're talking about mitigation by having dual-paned windows. All right, but the noise level is still going to be higher than standards. So that's number one. Number two, the traffic generated by the proposed project would contribute to deficient levels of service now extant at several intersections and roadway segments in proximity to the project site. Project-related traffic would contribute to a failing level of service at the intersection of Mission Avenue and Academy Road. So actually, it's a level F. Now, their mitigation for this is to have a dedicated left turn lane on the southbound segment of Academy Road, and also to increase just there at Mission, to increase it to 4 lanes, but just there, right? So somehow that's supposed to take care of this, level F. I have a difficult time believing that that's actually going to work. So we have the significant direct impacts to Mission and Academy, but we also have significant cumulative impacts to 76 and RDO Road, Mission Avenue and Mission Gate Drive, and 76 and College Boulevard. So here we are, we're trying to fix College Boulevard, but now with this project, it's going to actually have more impacts. So in terms of Academy Road, right now, maybe we have, I don't know, maybe 100 trips a day to 5,000 trips a day. And I want to say probably the most egregious problem that I see in terms of real human impacts to people. Over 240 residents from the Santa Maria Homes Homes Inc. Signed that petition against this project. That represents over half of the residents. These residents own their own homes, including the land beneath their coaches. Many of these residents I got to meet don't have licenses and therefore travel by motorized carts and or wheelchairs. I understand that it takes about it's about a half a mile to the Ralph's grocery store if you use Academy right now. To be able to get, basic necessities like food. But with 5,000 trips a day, this will make it even more difficult for them to use Academy Road. And then during construction, they would have to use the back road. And I understand the developer is going to include some improvements to the back road. However, using Academy is maybe a half a mile to the store, and using the back gate is more like 2.5 miles. And I just can't imagine a 2.5 mile on a cart or on a motorized wheelchair. It just doesn't make sense. And I feel really badly for the seniors who live there, who are self-sufficient and are not being considered at all with this project.
May I interject to the council? I wanted to remind the council that in 15 minutes it'll be 10 o'clock and we'll be approaching our deadline.
So I also wanted to mention the water issue. I did ask about that, but I think there's some misunderstandings about the gray water and the urban runoff. There is a state law now that says you cannot have any more water than what is there now to run off the land. So using gray water system is one way of making sure that happens, but that is a law. It's not, again, not a favor, it's not that they're doing a favor to the city. I will say that general plan changes should never be approved, as I said, unless it's in the best interest of the city, and at a beginning cost of $200,000 a year for eternity, which will quickly grow, especially with respect to the impacts to public safety and other services. I do believe that the costs far outweigh the benefits of this project. And I will say the other obvious reason for what I believe that this project should be denied, and that is that this is not a smart growth project. I think you can rely on one thing with respect to North County Transit District that pretty much deals with the buses, and that is that they are absolutely always unreliable. They have cut routes. They have, I used to work as a public defender at the courthouse. I can't tell you how many times I heard, someone didn't make it to court because that bus route, got cut. So that is one thing that you can always rely. If this project passes, and it sounds like it is, I believe that we can't be making these mistakes over and over again. This is, hopefully it's an eye-opener that our quality of life for all residents, not just for the residents that are of these 420 homes and for the residents of San Luis homes, but all residents in the city will be impacted by these longer response times, by cuts to other departments. So if this project does pass, I believe we need to get critical information much earlier in the process, such as a city-generated economic analysis impact to the general fund, and whether the project meets our economic development goals, including increasing the jobs to residents ratio. With this project, again, we're falling behind with jobs. And I've met with the London group, and their philosophy is you got to think regionally. That means Oceanside doesn't need jobs. Jobs can be in other cities. Oceanside can be a bedroom community. And I don't believe in that. I believe that our city needs to be economically sustainable. And that is what we have to be, is much more responsible. So to that end, I want to make sure that the EDC reviews proposed changes to the general plan and zoning changes as they did before. They used to do that before. And that the economic development dashboard be part of the process. So I want to finish with a quote that from an email that was sent to us by Daniela Marshall, who is a real estate agent. She said, "The land next to such a landmark like the Mission should be utilized for an exceptional project, a commercial and cultural destination point that would attract visitors. We need to give people a reason to come to spend money in Oceanside. Only creating exceptional points of interest around town can we all have more ways to spend time locally, increase income to the city, build a better image for Oceanside that will convert in more jobs and increases to property values." So I think we should be listening more to our residents and less to pretty pictures. Thank you.
I'm going to be very brief. I don't have 50 minutes to rebut all the misstatements and the misallocation of numbers and things, but I will make a couple statements just to correct the record. One, I was at the Planning Commission meeting where the economic impact study was presented, and they had comments by commissioners. This was not hidden from them. And there was 2 commissioners I know that actually made comments about the economic impact. So that was a misstatement. Also, the housing element, we just redid the housing element, and it's actually good till 2018. So this thing about decades, I think it was 2011, 2012, we did the housing element, and the state actually gave you 7 years where it used to be 5. So it's good till 2018. Also, the money, the sale of the mobile home park, the council said it'd be best used to serve all the people of Oceanside, and that's the money we use to build the beach restrooms so everybody can actually benefit from the sale of that mobile home park. So there was more statements in there and picking out numbers out of the hat, but we're almost on 10 o'clock, and I don't want to go another 50 minutes just to rebut every single statement, but I just had to correct those 3 because those are critical.
Russ, I have a couple questions. They're pretty basic questions that I believe you addressed earlier. But can you confirm whether or not you did deliver the cost study info to the Planning Commission in a timely manner so they could see that information and evaluate that before they made any decisions on this project?
Deputy Mayor, unfortunately, that study was not provided in the packet that was distributed to the Planning Commission. It was discussed, as Councilmember Kern indicated, at the Planning Commission meeting. There were substantive questions about it that were responded to by staff and others.
So you discussed all the elements of this cost study, or the ones that they were interested in, you discussed with the Planning Commission in the meeting before they decided on this project?
Yes, it was introduced to them in advance of their decision-making.
So I just wanted to confirm that because that contradicts what was stated earlier. So I'm confused, not by you. Also, what is the cost per year that you said this evening it would be for this project? Was it $400,000?
In my presentation, and I will defer to Nathan with the London Group regarding the details, but what I tried to establish in the presentation is that relative to a project approvable, allowable under current land use designations, this project would have a modest net cost above the costs that would be associated with a project permissible under the private institutional and single-family designations.
Okay. So it's not going to be $400,000 a year, as was stated a couple minutes ago, in the last 36 minutes?
So what I'm comfortable speaking to is that relationship between costs associated with this project and costs associated with projects that we might see or would likely see under the current land use designation. Perhaps Nathan could speak more specifically to the numbers.
The cost of the Villa Astoria project for the market rate housing is $128,000 a year. If you include the affordable housing units, it's $188,000 a year. Compared to the existing zoning of private institution, that would generate a negative of $112,000. So we're talking about a difference of $75,000 when you include the affordable housing.
Okay. So 75,000 is the number we would use, not 400,000 then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, that's good. And I have a question for the city attorney. My question is, when did this city council cut the inclusionary housing rates?
I believe the fee was modified in 2011. It was a per unit fee of $10,000 per unit, and it was changed to a per square foot fee. At that time in 2011, I think it was $1.40 a square foot. It's subsequently risen through automatic adjustments to $4.40 a square foot. I'm looking at Dave Manley, and he's nodding yes. So $4.40 a square foot.
So that was not this council that cut the inclusionary housing rates, then? That was a previous city council?
It was cut in 2011.
So that was not this city council?
It wasn't.
Except for me. So I'm not going to accept blame for someone else's decision, no matter who says it on the city council dais. So I just want to check that. So that makes me call in doubt every statement that was made tonight during the previous 37-minute exhibition of electability. So especially around putting the fear in the hearts of our seniors, the woman who came down and was barely able to walk, that's a terrible thing to do to people for the sake of putting them in fear and opposition to some project. So I'm embarrassed to be a member of this group when this is what we force the people to do. We force them to see ill-gotten projects that are just made up. The whole thing has been a fiction. The whole presentation here where all the people have come in with the no signs, that was all done as a fantasy to get you to oppose this project, which has been studied up and down for 3.5 years, including for the past 8 months since I've been on the city council. All of your decisions are based on misinformation. The city staff presented all the facts in a factual rebuttal to all the statements that were made in opposition to this project. So I hope that we are now able to call for the vote on this particular item.
Okay, so just to clarify for the record, the motion was to move staff's recommendation. That includes the resolution certifying the EIR, adoption of the CEQA findings in the mitigation monitoring reporting program. There's a separate resolution for the general plan amendment approval, and then another resolution denying the appeal, affirming the Planning Commission's decision and all of its findings on the tentative map development plan and historic permit. And also, finally, the introduction of the ordinance for the rezone, for which I will title now. This is an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending the zoning designation for certain real property located north of the intersection of Mission Avenue and Academy Road from public, semi-public PS and single-family residential RS to planned development via Astoria Zone Amendment ZA 13-00002.
Please vote, Mayor Wood. Motion approved 4-1, Sanchez, no. No other items on the agenda. Mayor Wood, I would close the meeting. Mayor Wood, close the thing.
For 3:30 p.m. That was for political reasons.